Chapter 24:10 I don't want it anymore. Chapter 24:10 I don't want it anymore. And Nanjing's aura grew more and more strong, and the space throughout the sword ruins started to boil violently like water. However, that wasn't the end of it. Her aura was still rising madly, and then a pressure that didn't conform to her realm of cultivation gradually appeared in the sky above the sword ruins. The Limit Breaker realm experts on either side of her were forced to a stop by the pressure and aura. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a Nanjing hurled her spear to the right, and it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss, 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 hiss. Everywhere it passed, space was blasted into pieces, and it didn't take long for a huge hole to appear in the sky. The three-world realm expert it targeted was horrified. He didn't dare act carelessly at all. His profound energy surged out like the tide while a silver spear appeared in his grasp, and then it swept forward like a raging dragon leaving the ocean for battle. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the three-world realm expert was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth, while horrifying cracks covered the arm which he used to hold the spear. After she repulsed him with a single attack, and Nanjing turned around and slammed her fist forward. The imposing aura it carried seemed capable of obliterating the world. Boom! The space before Nanjing shook violently, and then a figure was blasted away. It was the three-world realm expert. After she repulsed the old man, she looked up at the black-robed old man from before. At this moment, a solemn expression covered the old man's face. And Nanjing's strength had far surpassed his expectations, or it should be said to have absolutely surpassed everyone's expectations. She was really strong, and Nanjing didn't attack again and just returned to the mountain top. Obviously, she was afraid of being led away. She refused to let anyone underground until Yang Yi returned. In the sky, the black-robed old man's group didn't dare to attack again. The old man glanced at the sky and said, "Everyone, it isn't that we're not trying, but I'm sure you've noticed how strong she is. If you don't help, then just wait for Yang Yi to inherit that sword." The sky remained silent. The old man laughed coldly, and he just closed his eyes slowly. He knew that someone would act because no one wanted to let Yang Yi continue growing stronger. Yang Yi was already able to instill fear in countless people. Wait. The old man was waiting until someone took action. Meanwhile, and Nanjing sat cross-legged on the mountain top, and 2 spears were by her side. Meanwhile, more and more powerful auras converged in the sky, and a suffocating wave of pressure appeared throughout the sword ruins. Suddenly, Sword Scroll appeared by Nanjing's side, and Snowy was on her shoulder. Snowy was holding a mirror in her paws. And Nanjing glanced at them and asked, "What about him?" Sword Scroll replied softly, "He needs some time." And Nanjing nodded, "All right." Sword Scroll looked up at the sky with a wisp of worry in her eyes. As for Snowy, she leaped onto a Nanjing's shoulder, and she looked up into the sky with the mirror in her arms. No one knew what she was thinking. Deep underground, a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, blood seeped out slowly from the left side of his chest. A hole. At this moment, there were no less than 20 injuries throughout Yang Yi's body, and every one of them was bone deep. If his body wasn't extremely strong, and if he didn't possess primordial violet energy, he would be dead by now. Even then, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Yet now, had only defeated 2 sword cultivators. There were 10 more. Yang Yi felt quite a bit of despair, true despair. He was merely facing the 3rd sword cultivator right now, but it was at least a 4-world realm expert. Had been crushed the moment they fought. The black-robed sword cultivator before him didn't attack again upon pushing him back, and had just stopped on the spot instead. Yang Yi knew the sword cultivator before him was waiting for him to attack. That was what happened earlier. The 3rd sword cultivator hadn't attacked upon appearing, but once he attacked, he was just suddenly pushed back. Or it should be said that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, it would have killed him. That attack was simply like a shadow. Strong. This 4-world realm sword cultivator was truly strong. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. The hole there was gradually healing up. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed sword cultivator, and then the sword gored by his waist shook violently. After that, a ray of light soundlessly appeared before the sword cultivator's throat. However, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body to the side. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from his left shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have stabbed his throat. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed man. At this moment, his flying sword had stopped just a few meters to the right of the black-robed man, and a sword was pressed against it. At the instant his flying sword shot forward earlier, the black-robed man had swung his sword twice, one to attack and one to defend himself. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he tapped his right foot down and appeared before the black-robed man. After that, he swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. For swings. Head immediately used 4 swings. His ultimate attack. As soon as the 4th swing descended, a sword suddenly stabbed against the tip of his sword. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away with his sword. As for the black-robed man in front of him, the man had been pushed over 1 kilometer back as well. Cough. Yang Yi started coughing intensely while gradually crawling up from the ground. Meanwhile, the black-robed sword cultivator had appeared not too far away from him. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at the black-robed sword cultivator. He felt powerless. He really felt quite powerless at this moment. The strength of this 4-world realm sword cultivator had far surpassed his own strength, and he was being completely surpassed. It was suppression in cultivation, in attainments of the sword Tao, and strength itself. It was complete suppression. It could be said that he had no chance to win, but he had no chance to retreat either. He could only fight. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his profound energy surged madly. Moreover, his profound primal energy started to circulate as well, causing the veins on his arms to gradually start bulging up. Strength. Pure strength. Boom. A terrifying wave of intent swept out from within him. Madness intent. As soon as his madness intent appeared, his sword intent and slaughter intent were instantly suppressed back into his body. Yang Yi was very well aware that he was no match for the black-robed sword cultivator under normal circumstances, unless he stopped suppressing his cultivation and allowed it to rise. But even then, he may not be able to defeat the black-robed man after rising to the true world, or even World Lord realm. After all, Head used his full strength just now, but the black-robed sword cultivator hadn't. Of course, there was another reason why Head released his madness intent. It was because he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to try how strong it was when combined with his sword. Yang Yi's mind wasn't very clear at this moment, and he held the sword precursor with both hands as he advanced swiftly and swung his sword at the black-robed sword cultivator. A single swing. As soon as it descended, a sword stabbed against the blade of his sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi swung the sword again. In the past it had been the madness saber technique, yet now, it was the madness sword technique. What was madness? It was utter insanity. At this moment, Yang Yi had given up on defending himself, and he focused on just one thing. Attacking. Attacking like a madman. Simply speaking, he was fighting without any regard for his life. Sure enough, it was working. From being in a passive position in the beginning, he was gradually gaining the initiative. Of course, he paid a terrible price. At this moment, his body was covered in injuries, and every one of them was bone deep. However, the black-robed sword cultivator had started to be pushed back. He was being suppressed by Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had started to suppress the black-robed sword cultivator. Once he used his madness intent, Yang Yi grew more and more insane as he fought, and fighting with no regard for his life allowed the strength of his attacks to grow increasingly stronger. Simply speaking, it was a form of aura, and he had the aura of someone who wouldn't stop until death took him. Of course, it came with a terrible price. The injuries throughout his body were increasing, and it seemed like he was suffering the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. He was being cut up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of skin being sliced open resounded incessantly, and the black-robed man was being pushed back incessantly. As for Yang Yi, only rays of light could be seen but not his figure itself. Just like that, a long time passed before the space here had been sliced into countless pieces. At this moment, the black-robed man had been pushed over 30 kilometers away, and his body was growing increasingly ethereal. Finally, after an hour of fighting, a ray of sword energy descended, and the black-robed man was obliterated. However, Yang Yi crashed to the ground as well. As soon as he fell, a puddle of blood appeared beneath him. Blood was flowing swiftly and in huge amounts. Yang Yi laid there in the pool of blood while his body twitched incessantly, and the madness and tint around him gradually surged back within him. It was part of a deal head made with the madness and tint. It could come out, but it had to return when he wanted it to. Otherwise, he would suppress it forever. Simply speaking, he could control it now. Once the madness and tint vanished, another black-robed sword cultivator appeared nearby. The sword cultivator's aura was much stronger and terrifying than the last. However, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I am stopping. I don't want it anymore." Chapter 24:11 Executor. Chapter 24:11 Executor. Oh, he didn't want it anymore. Yang Yi wasn't giving up, but he really didn't have the strength to fight for it. The sword may be good, but staying alive was better. He would never exchange his life for a sword. If there was even the slightest chance, then Yang Yi would definitely not give up. But there wasn't. 12 sword cultivators, yet Head almost lost his life just fighting the third. So, how would he fight the rest? It was impossible. Yang Yi laid there on the ground while his body twitched from time to time, and blood was ceaselessly flowing out from behind him. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him, he would have died from these injuries. As soon as he spoke those words, the black-robed sword cultivator turned ethereal, and then the figure vanished on the spot. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's head. "You did much better than I expected." Yang Yi opened his eyes, and a familiar figure was standing above him. It was a man without arms, legs, or eyes. It was the same mysterious man from beneath the Northern Sword Sect. The man grinned. "I'm quite proud of you, because you didn't choose to use those divine treasures of yours. You can use them, but you must know what is more important. You did well in that aspect." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. They were too strong. Of course. The man smiled. All of them were extraordinary geniuses who represented the times they lived in. So, it's very extraordinary for you to be able to surmount your realm of cultivation in battle against them. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Is this a test?" The man shook his head slightly. "No, you passed my test at the Northern Sword Sect. I was merely using them to find out how much of the sword I should unseal for you. Its true strength isn't something that you can control right now. If it falls into your hands, then just a ray of sword energy from it is enough to annihilate you." Yang Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Am I still so weak?" The man smiled. "Not at all. It's that we are already at the peak of the world, and there's quite a distance between you and us." Yang Yi gazed at him. "Senior, are you dead?" The man nodded. "Yes." Yang Yi asked, "How?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Because martial ancestor, Wu and this man were very, very terrifying existences, yet all of them were dead. Who killed them?" The man smiled. "You'll find out in the future." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The man continued, "If you use everything you have, killing a 3-world realm expert isn't difficult for you. But if you encounter a 4-world realm expert, your current strength is no match for an expert at that level." Yang Yi was stunned and said, "Senior, I killed him just now." The man shook his head. "Don't forget that wasn't his real body." Yang Yi was speechless. The man added, "If his real body was here, you wouldn't have lasted 100 moves. Not even 100 moves." It was quite a blow to Yang Yi's confidence. 20%. Meanwhile, the man said, "Based on your current strength, I can only unseal 20% of its strength for you. 20% is enough for you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, how about unsealing a little more?" The man chuckled. If I do that, you'll suffer backlash from it. Besides that, don't underestimate that 20%. It will at least improve your strength by 50%. In other words, if you use that sword, you can fight a 4-world realm expert who relied on nothing more than his own efforts to attain such a realm of cultivation. As for whether you win or lose, it depends on how strong that person is. The man flicked a sword over to Yang Yi while he spoke. The sword was over 1 m long, completely translucent like it was made of glass, but its blade had a very striking wisp of blood red. It was blood. Besides that, its tip was chipped off at the side. The man said, "Very few have ever seen this sword for themselves, and the portraits of it in the outside world were merely drawn based on the imagination of people. Of course, there is something true about them, and it's that this sword really has a chipped tip." Yang Yi asked, "Is it because destiny feared it and removed a part of its tip?" The man shook his head and smiled. "You believe what people say?" Yang Yi asked, "Then why?" He was quite curious about why the sword's tip was chipped. The man grinned. "Its tip is chipped because it did it to itself." He gazed at the sword with a wisp of complicated emotions in his eyes. "An edge with no end, that is its Tao." "Its own Tao." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he couldn't help but ask, "A sword can have its own Tao?" The man nodded. "Everything in this world has its own Tao. This sword's Tao is an edge with no end. It means exactly that. Its edge is without an end. That's why it became the #1 sword of the eternal universe all those years ago. It attained the Tao and rose to prominence." Yang Yi gazed at the sword, hesitated for a moment, and then took it in his grasp. The sword trembled slightly but didn't resist him. As he held it, Yang Yi had quite a strange feeling. It was like something had sealed the sword's strength, causing it to be unable to be fully released. Obviously, it was the man's doing. The man gazed at Yang Yi and nodded slightly. "As I expected, it doesn't hate you. Remember that no matter how strong a sword is, it isn't our own strength. Our own strength is true strength. If you aren't strong, even the best treasure would be meaningless. You can use external sources of strength, but you must remember that you are most important. You must always carefully remember what is primary and what is secondary." Yang Yi cupped his fist to the man and said, "Thank you for your guidance." He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior, is this sword a divine treasure?" The man smiled. "It's beyond that. A supreme divine treasure. There are no more than 5 such weapons throughout eternal universe, and even I have only seen 3. Yang Yi frowned slightly. "Supreme divine treasure? What is the criteria to be considered that?" "The Tao." The man said, "If a divine treasure possesses its own Tao, a true grand Tao, then it will be a supreme divine treasure. At that time, it can't be described as just a divine treasure. Such existences are very rare. Not to mention them, such existences are rare even among human cultivators. Transcend yourself and attain the grand Tao." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You are already showing signs of that." "Me?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned and puzzled. The man smiled. "Your bloodline is changing, and if you're able to transcend yourself, you'll truly enter our circle. As far as we are concerned, people like you and the others outside are all outside our circle." "Outside the circle?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Simply speaking, they were ants before these seniors. It was like how he thought of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the man looked up at the sky and said, "There's not much time left. You may have things to ask, or something you're puzzled about." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, do you have anything to tell me?" The man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Smart guy. He glanced at the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist, and he said, "Use your flying sword to attack me." A sword howl resounded, and a ray of light appeared before the man's throat. However, it stopped just a few centimeters away from his throat and couldn't move an inch further, because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The man used a little strength, and the sword immediately flew back to Yang Yi. Yang Yi put it away and bowed to the man. "Please provide me with your guidance." The man said, "Based on your current strength and cultivation, your flying sword combined with your sword domain is very fast. However, it can be faster. Since you can use the strength of the sword domain, Why can't you use the strength of all things? Everything like the five elements, space, time, every type of matter, they can all be used. The five elements? Space? Time? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, They can? The man smiled. You should have mastered them in the past. However, when you grew stronger and gained mastery over even more powerful forms of energy, they were gradually forgotten. Actually, all of them aren't weak, and it just depends on how you use them. Of course, there are some other energies, laws, and techniques that are more formidable, but they aren't things that you can master right now. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. The man looked up again, hesitated for a moment, and said, With that sprite progenitor by your side, your troubles may be endless. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. We sword cultivators do not cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. The man roared with laughter. Well said. Very good indeed. To be honest, I really like you. This is how sword cultivators should be. Breaking is better than bending, and just fight if necessary.
Haha.
As he roared with laughter, his figure gradually turned ethereal and vanished. Only Yang Yi remained. Once the man vanished, the surroundings became normal once more. Deep below the ground, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and sat down cross-legged. Recuperate. His injuries were extremely serious, and even an ordinary Limit Breaker realm expert could kill him if he went outside right now. The sword, Executor, floated silently before Yang Yi. At the top of the mountain, more and more divine senses and auras pressed down upon Nanjing and Jianyu. The auras were pressing down on Nanjing and Jianyu, but the divine senses were locked on Snowy. As soon as Snowy appeared there, all the experts hiding in the shadows weren't able to stay calm anymore. The sprite progenitor. That was a future sprite progenitor. At the top of the mountain, Snowy gazed at the sky, blinked, and then held the mirror tightly. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were torn open, and then a spear shot down from above. Its target was Nanjing's group. Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She was just about to counterattack when Snowy appeared in front of her, and she patted the mirror in her grasp to display that she would deal with the attack. Nanjing glanced at Snowy, and then she grabbed Snowy's tail and tossed her aside. Snowy's figure flipped repeatedly in midair. Nanjing glanced at Snowy and said, Be good, understand? Snowy was completely stunned. Chapter 24:12. No one is allowed to touch her. Snowy gazed at Nanjing and blinked to display that she was very good. Nanjing grinned, and then she looked up at the sky. She tightened her grip on the spear and was about to attack when Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. Let me do it. Nanjing gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter waved her right hand. In an instant, the primordial pagoda suddenly left Yang Yi and shot up from deep underground and descended into Sword Scroll's grasp. As she gazed at it, she closed her eyes slowly, fell silent for a moment, and then a ray of powerful sword energy swept out from within the pagoda. In an instant, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the sky. Along with it, a sword shot up into the air and appeared in the clouds. In the primordial pagoda, the sky sword platform had started to tremble violently. Suddenly, Sword Scroll opened her eyes, and then she raised her hands slightly, appear. Hiss, 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 hiss. As soon as she gave the command, the entire sky was instantly covered in rays of sword energy. It was like a net that enveloped the entire sky above the sword ruins. Along with the appearance of the rays of light, countless powerful auras immediately slammed against the sword energy like sledgehammers. The sky sword platform. Sword Scroll gazed indifferently at the sky. Obstruction. She was very well aware that the sword formation couldn't annihilate them, and she was just obstructing them and buying Yang Yi time. Yang Yi needed time right now. Around 10 minutes later, a wave of powerful pressure suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a huge fist suddenly shot up from below and slammed against the rays of sword energy. Boom! The entire sky shook violently, and then countless rays of sword energy exploded apart. A long-haired man in gray robes was walking through the sky from afar. His gaze was focused on Snowy, and there was a playful smile on his face. Sword Scroll's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to speak when Nanjing suddenly said, "Let me do it." Sword Scroll glanced at Nanjing, nodded, and moved aside. Snowy appeared on Sword Scroll's shoulder, glanced at the mirror in her grasp, and felt quite helpless. She was really amazing too. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy, shook her head, and smiled. What a mischievous little fellow. Meanwhile, the long-haired man had arrived before Nanjing and the others. He moved his gaze from Snowy and looked at Nanjing with a smile on his face. "I'm not here for Yangyi, and my only objective is the sprite progenitor. Give it to me, and he'll leave right now. All right?" And Nanjing glanced at the long-haired man, and then her spear suddenly shot forward. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Do all the people of Eternal Border overestimate themselves like you?" He slammed his palm forward once he finished speaking. Bam! The spear stabbed against his palm. However, his palm remained completely unharmed. And Nanjing's spear had been stopped by his palm. Just like that. The man glanced at the spear, and then he frowned slightly. He was about to speak when Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of him, and then she kicked the spear. Bang! The man was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. And Nanjing stretched out her right hand and grabbed the spear, and then she hurled it. Hiss! The spear tore through everything in its path. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step back with his right foot before slamming a punch forward. Bang! It blasted Nanjing's spear away. Meanwhile, the man said, "Why do you possess a spear of obliteration from my desolate race?" And Nanjing's spear was a type of weapon that belonged to the desolate race. Since the ancient times, even their race hadn't been able to forge many of these spears. If they didn't possess a mind with mysterious or even they wouldn't have been able to forge even one of these spears. And Nanjing didn't answer him. She just stomped her right foot down and shot forward. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy tore through everything in front of the man. A wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes, and then a pitch-black hook appeared in his grasp. A moment after that, he swung it forward. Hiss! The space in a huge area instantly cracked open before it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both Nanjing and the man were pushed backward. And Nanjing was pushed all the way back to the mountaintop, and then she glanced at the long-haired man while she slowly clenched her right fist. Snowy glanced at Nanjing, blinked, and then moved closer to Sword Scroll. She knew that Nanjing was definitely furious. At this moment, she absolutely couldn't offend Nanjing. Otherwise, Nanjing would smack her on the butt. Only 3 people dares to smack her butt. One of them was Nanjing, the other was Zier, and the last was Yang Yi. And Nanjing suddenly vanished on the spot. The long-haired man reacted like he was facing a formidable enemy. He suddenly looked up, and then he swung the hook forward. Crack! The space in a huge area around him exploded apart, and a powerful wave of energy surged out like a tornado from within the pitch-black expanse of space. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here converged on the expanse of pitch-black space. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly from there. On the mountaintop, Sword Scroll stared at that expanse of pitch-black space. At this moment, Nanjing was like an invincible god of war there, a true god of war. Her imposing aura was at a terrifying level. It was an imposing aura that even some 4 world realm experts couldn't possess. The long-haired man was instantly suppressed before her powerful aura. The aura and pressure coming from him weren't weak, but they were too inferior when compared to Nanjing. Even Yang Yi couldn't compete with her when it came to the strength of their auras. Jian Yu spoke abruptly. "She's strong." Sword Scroll nodded. "She's very strong. If she survives, her name will definitely go down in history." Jian Yu spoke softly. "Yang Yi is lucky to have her." Sword Scroll nodded and looked up at the expanse of pitch-black space. And Nanjing held her spear with both hands and slammed it at the man. The imposing aura this attack carried could make the entire world collapse. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded from within the pitch-black expanse of space, and then the long-haired man was blasted away. At the same time, the long-haired man's arm, which was holding the hook, flew up into the air. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw this, and then she grabbed at it from afar. Hiss! The hook trembled, and then it struggled free from the hand and instantly appeared before Snowy. Snowy grabbed it and placed it behind her while blinking rapidly. She seemed like she was trying to hide the fact that she had taken it. Sword Scroll and Jianyu exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and smiled. They felt the little fellow was truly too cute. After pushing the man back, she was about to follow up with another attack, but a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of the long-haired man. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy surged out like a torrent at Nanjing. Nanjing frowned slightly, and then her spear left her grasp. Bang! The pitch-black expanse of space shook violently, and then the entire surroundings shook while Nanjing returned to the mountaintop. There was a wisp of blood on the corner of her mouth. Sword Scroll asked, "A4 World Realm expert?" And Nanjing shook her head. The old man wasn't a 4-world realm expert, and he was just at the peak of the 3-world realm. However, he possessed the strength of a 4-world realm expert because that attack had the strength to destroy 4 worlds. The old man glanced at this palm, and there was a bloody hole there. It had been pierced by a Nanjing spear just now. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was very shocked as he looked up at Nanjing. He was halfway into the 4-world realm, or it should be said that he had a 50% chance of winning even against a 4-world realm expert. However, had been injured by the woman who was only at the Limit Breaker realm. He hadn't had any advantage in that collision. He knew her natural talent wasn't inferior to anyone in his own race. The old man restrained his thoughts and glanced at the long-haired man behind him. "Third Prince, are you all right?" The long-haired man shook his head slightly. "It's nothing serious." The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Nanjing. "You're an extraordinary genius. If you leave, you'll have a pretty good future. But if you refuse to act sensibly and stay, then I'm afraid you won't live to see tomorrow." And Nanjing glanced at Snowy, and the latter cracked a smile. After that, she looked back at the old man. No one is allowed to touch her. Snowy was young, yes, reverse scale. So Snowy was her reverse scale too. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "If that's the case, then we'll have to see how strong you are." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "Everyone hiding in the shadows, the two of us do not know you, but our objectives are the same. If you continue watching, it's this woman and Yang Yi who will benefit in the end. Now that Yang Yi isn't able to show himself, we should join forces and kill her. What do you think?" A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded, "All right." In an instant, almost 20 powerful auras and pressures enveloped the mountaintop and in Nanjing. 3-world realm experts. All of them were 3-world realm experts. Some were even on the verge of being comparable to 4-world realm experts. Meanwhile, Nanjing closed her eyes slowly, and a moment of silence ensued before she spoke abruptly, "Bring it." As soon as she said that, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24:13 Put your back into it. Chapter 24:13 Put your back into it. Bang! A black shadow shot up into the air from below while emanating a terrifying aura. Roar! A ferocious roar resounded through the sky. The martial Qilin. It was the martial Qilin which had shot up into the air. Once it appeared here, and Nanjing tapped her foot down and descended on its back. After that, she waved her right hand, and a spear descended into her grasp. She looked up at the sky, and then stomped her right foot down. Roar! The martial Qilin roared with fury and shot up into the air. Suddenly, over 20 powerful auras swept down from above. There were over 23 world realm experts here now, and many were on the verge of attaining the 4-world realm. So, how terrifying was the aura and pressure they emanated? Jianyu fell silent for an instant. Suddenly, she grabbed her huge sword with both hands and shot up into the sky. She was very well aware that no matter how monstrous a Nanjing was, it was impossible for a Nanjing to fight off over 20 extraordinary experts. Only Snowy and Sword Scroll remained on the mountaintop. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy. Are you afraid? Snowy blinked and quickly shook her head. Why would she be afraid? She was only a little afraid of a Nanjing and nothing else. Sword Scroll nodded, and then she shot up into the sky. She wasn't worried about Snowy. After all, the little fellow had more trump cards than anyone else. So, instead of being worried about Snowy, it was better to worry about themselves. Snowy glanced up into the sky, and then she tightened her grip on the mirror. High above in the clouds. As soon as Sword Scroll shot up there, around 10,000 swords shot up into the sky, and then they enveloped the entire area. A sword formation. A sword formation of 10,000 swords. Above the clouds, in space. And Nanjing stood on the martial Cheelant's back with her spear in hand, and a wave of powerful pressure and aura kept sweeping out of her. It was growing stronger and stronger, and it seemed to be endless. Even then, she was still not strong enough to face over 23 World Realm experts. She was being fully suppressed. At this moment, and Nanjing, Sword Scroll, and Jian Yu were being completely suppressed. They were facing over 20 extraordinary experts, so they didn't even have the strength to fight back and could only defend themselves. If a Nanjing's imposing aura wasn't too strong, they would have died by now. Snowy looked up at the sky from the mountaintop, and there was a wisp of worry in her eyes. While she was mischievous, she was no fool. Obviously, and Nanjing and the others were no match for these fellows. Snowy hesitated for a moment, looked down at the mountain below, and then she waved her paw lightly. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly shot up into the air, and then Oxy appeared before her. Oxy wasn't the only one. A few more powerful auras were behind him. They were the primal vicious tiger, the primal true dragon, and Arya who was still having a Tonghulu. Snowy pointed at the sky, and then gazed at Oxy. She seemed to be asking if they were confident in their chances. Oxy glanced at the sky, and then he shot up into the air with the primordial axe of creation in his grasp. As soon as Oxy charged up into the air, the primal vicious tiger and primal true dragon refused to display any weakness and did the same. Besides Oxy, the primal true dragon and primal vicious tiger were peak 2 world realm demons. However, they were true primal demons. They could be described as being on par with humans at the 3 world realm. Ordinary primal demons wouldn't be comparable to human 3 world realm experts, but both of them were no ordinary primal demons. Especially the primal true dragon. Its body was so strong that even 4 world realm experts wouldn't find it easy to injure. Besides Arya and Snowy, the primal true dragon had never feared anyone. On the mountaintop, Snowy gazed at Arya, and the latter licked her Tonghulu and said, "Big Brother Yang asked me to protect you because he still needs a little time." As she spoke, she passed the Tonghulu to Snowy. Snowy licked it and looked up at the sky with a bit of worry in them. Meanwhile, Arya spoke softly, "Don't worry, they have great endurance, so they'll last for a long time." Snowy was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the sky above, Oxy was the first to arrive there. He nodded slightly to a Nanjing, and then he took the axe in both hands and charged at the closed 3 world realm expert. Everywhere the axe passed as he swung it, space collapsed in an instant. The 3 world realm expert before Oxy had an extremely solemn expression on his face, and he didn't dare act carelessly at all. His figure transformed into a ray of white light that charged at Oxy. Meanwhile, the primal true dragon had returned to its true form. It blotted out the sky. Once it returned to its true form, all the experts here couldn't help but shoot a glance at it. A dragon. A primal true dragon from the primal era. Such a demon could be said to be extinct in the current era. So, they wondered where Yang Yi had found these primal demons. The primal true dragon immediately slammed its body at one of the nearby experts upon returning to its true form. It simply seemed like it could obliterate the world. That expert was horrified when the primal true dragon locked onto him, and he didn't even have room to dodge. He could only use his pseudo-divine treasure, a gray armor. It immediately erupted with a ray of dazzling black light upon being activated, and the gray light completely enveloped the expert. However, along with the impact from the primal true dragon's body, the black light exploded apart, and the pseudo-divine treasure itself collapsed in an instant while his body was blasted away. He was blasted over 10 kilometers away. After it blasted that expert away, the primal true dragon didn't follow up with another attack and swept its body in a different direction. Hiss! The entire sky exploded apart before it. Overbearing. The primal true dragon's formidable physical strength horrified all the experts here. Meanwhile, the primal vicious tiger was extremely terrifying as well. Viciousness. The primal vicious tiger was enveloped in a vicious aura, and it was fearless in battle. In the sky, while the situation here hadn't changed along with the arrival of the 3 primal demons, Nanjing's side was in a much better situation. At the very least, they weren't being suppressed anymore. On the mountaintop, Arya glanced at the sky and spoke indifferently, "Big sister and is the most amazing. That stupid dragon is barely all right, and the little tiger and ox are a little weak. Those 2 fellows need to grow stronger, or they'll be eliminated." Snowy licked the Tonghulu and nodded in agreement. Arya suddenly took the Tonghulu from Snowy and licked it before continuing, "Snowy, can I eat these fellows?" Snowy was stunned, and then she looked up at the sky. People can be eaten? Are they tasty? Suddenly, a one-armed man and a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared near them. Arya glanced at them and said, "What do you want?" The one-armed man gazed at Snowy and smiled. "This is the sprite progenitor? She's so cute." Snowy blinked and gazed at Arya. The latter grinned, "Don't be afraid. I'm very strong." The one-armed man gazed at her when he heard this and smiled. "Is that so? Little sister, are you really very strong?" Arya glanced at the old man behind the one-armed man. She didn't say anything and just licked the Tonghulu. The one-armed man gazed at Snowy and smiled. "Are you going to come with me, or shall I take you by force?" Snowy blinked, and then she patted Arya on the shoulder. Arya nodded, and then she appeared in front of the one-armed man before a tombstone slammed down at him. As soon as that happened, horror filled the man's heart. At this moment, his hairs were standing on end. Danger, lethal danger. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him, and then he vanished on the spot to be replaced by the gray-robed old man instead. The gray-robed old man raised his palm and slammed it at the tombstone. Boom! As soon as his palm touched the tombstone, the old man's expression changed drastically. An instant later, his palm cracked open and blood sprayed. At the same time, his figure was blasted backward. As soon as he stopped himself, the old man's expression changed drastically once more. "Don't you dare!" He was about to attack when a shrill cry resounded from afar, and then the old man didn't dare to make another move. It was because the one-armed man was on the ground, and a tombstone was above him. Arya glanced at the man, and then she gazed at Snowy. "Snowy, have you killed?" Snowy shook her head. Arya blinked. "Why don't you try? It's really fun." "Fun?" Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at the one-armed man and hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly withdrew a dagger and passed it to Snowy. "Go on, kill him. Just aim at his throat and stab down. He'll scream, and then his body will twitch. After that, he'll be dead." Snowy was stunned. Meanwhile, the old man stared at Arya. "Who are you?" Arya ignored the old man and pushed the dagger into Snowy's grasp. "Go on, kill him." Snowy glanced at the dagger, glanced at the one-armed man, and then leaped over to the man. After that, she covered her eyes with one paw and stabbed the dagger at the man's throat with the other paw. "Yah!" Along with a loud shout, Snowy shuddered and stabbed the dagger down at random. A short while later, she moved her left paw away from her eyes and glanced at the one-armed man. At this moment, the man was still looking at her, and he wasn't dead. Meanwhile, Arya spoke in a displeased tone. "Snowy, can't you use a little more strength? Put your back into it." Snowy blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then she covered the man's eyes with her paw. After that, she raised the dagger in her right paw and stabbed it down forcefully. Chapter 24:14 Slaughtering a Dragon. Chapter 24:14 Slaughtering a Dragon. The gray-robed old man was about to attack, but Arya suddenly looked up at him. Danger. The old man sensed danger when her gaze locked onto him. The old man was extremely shocked, and he wondered who she was to make him sense danger. Arya ignored the old man and looked ahead. At this moment, Snowy had a paw over the man's eyes, while she used the other paw to constantly stab the dagger at the man. Unfortunately, her stabs were too weak. The one-armed man was still a three-world realm expert, so his body wasn't something that could be damaged by someone without the slightest strength like Snowy. Snowy's stabs were like scratching an itch to the man. In the end, Arya couldn't watch anymore. She patted Snowy on the shoulder to tell Snowy that she could stop. Snowy glanced at Arya, blinked, and then gazed at the one-armed man. After that, she passed the dagger to Arya in order to display that Arya could do it herself. Arya didn't take the dagger, and she just slapped the tombstone on the one-armed man's body. Right when her palm was about to slap against the tombstone, a powerful wave of pressure appeared above her, and it was like a shocking mountain that was slamming down upon her. Arya had no choice but to stop. She didn't fear that pressure, but Snowy did. Arya tapped her right foot down and shot up into the air before slamming a punch upward. Pure strength. The pressure instantly exploded into pieces before her punch. Once she destroyed the pressure, Arya didn't follow up with another attack and returned to Snowy's side. Yang Yi had told her to protect Snowy and keep Snowy absolutely safe. And Nanjing seemed slightly relieved when she witnessed how terrifying Arya's strength was. She wasn't worried about herself, she was worried about Snowy. Fortunately, Arya was very strong. The gray-robed old man stared at Arya and didn't dare to attack, because Arya's foot was still on the one-armed man's chest. So long as he attacked, he was sure that the young girl would stomp apart the man's chest without any hesitation. The one-armed man had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. A grievance. He felt extremely aggrieved. A dignified prince of the desolate had been beaten up like this right after he arrived at Eternal Border. So, as far as the one-armed man was concerned, it was an extraordinarily terrible humiliation, and he would die if word of it were to spread back to the desolate race. The people of the desolate race could die, but humiliation was out of the option. Are all the people of Eternal Border so monstrous? Arya ignored the old man and glanced up at the sky. She said, Snowy, Big Sister and the others may not be able to last much longer. Snowy pointed at the sky to indicate that she wanted Arya to go help. Arya shook her head. I have to protect you. Big Brother Yang will become very terrifying if anything happens to you. Actually, Arya was quite afraid of Yang Yi, especially when he went mad. She'd seen him when he was mad, and he was someone who dared to fight anyone. Snowy waved the mirror at Arya to display that she had treasures. Arya shook her head. No, I must wait until Big Brother Yang returns. Snowy felt quite helpless. Suddenly, a peerlessly terrifying aura came from the distant sky. An instant later, a ray of white light flashed through the sky. Arya frowned slightly and clenched her fists, but she didn't do anything. In the sky, the white light slammed down upon a Nanjing. She had clearly noticed the white light, so she gave up on pursuing the expert she was fighting and stabbed her spear forward. Meanwhile, a palm pressed against her spear. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a Nanjing and the martial Qilin were blasted 3 kilometers away. The white light dispersed to reveal a woman in a white dress. Yishuehan. It was Yishuehan, the founding ancestor of the immortal estate which Yang Yi had destroyed. After she repulsed a Nanjing, she didn't stop. Her figure shot over to the primal true dragon, and then she overlapped her palms and slammed them down at it. Bang! The primal true dragon was slammed down from the sky, and it only took a short while for it to slam against the ground. In an instant, a huge abyss was blasted open there. A moment later, Yishuehan looked at the primal vicious tiger, and then she clawed at it from afar. Bang! The space around the tiger instantly exploded apart, and then the tiger was blasted away. As its figure flew away, blood sprayed from all over its body. Only Oxy remained now. Yishuehan ignored Oxy because Oxy was already heavily injured and wasn't worth the waste of time. She gazed at Snowy, and Arya stood before Snowy. Yishuehan's gaze was icy cold as she shot down at Snowy. Suddenly, she stopped on the spot and looked to the side. The heavily injured figure of Oxy suddenly shot up into the air, and Oxy swung the primordial axe of creation at her with both hands. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth, and she suddenly vanished on the spot when Oxy was just an inch away from her. Hiss! A ray of cold light pierced through Oxy's stomach, and then his figure instantly stiffened on the spot, while Oxy's arms fell from its raised position. Meanwhile, Ishuehan didn't stop and slapped her palm against Oxy's back. Bam! Oxy instantly fell to the ground, and his body cracked open inch by inch while blood sprayed. Ishuehan still didn't stop and slapped her palm at Oxy from afar. Bang! The space around Oxy instantly exploded apart, and Oxy's body was torn open with it. An instant later, the color in Oxy's eyes gradually dimmed while the axe fell to the ground. Snowy was furious when she witnessed this, and she was about to charge over but was stopped by Arya. Arya just stared at Ishuehan while the desire to kill filled her eyes. The desire to kill. A true desire to kill. Snowy pointed at Oxy and cried as she did that. Arya really wanted to help, but the gray-robed old man was still nearby. She couldn't do anything because the old man would act against Snowy if she did. Meanwhile, in Nanjing, Sword Scroll, and Jian Yu were being kept busy by the other experts, so they couldn't help at all. Most importantly, the woman in a white dress had moved her gaze towards Snowy and her. Arya felt helpless. For the first time, she felt quite helpless. She wasn't afraid of being defeated, but this situation wasn't something that could be resolved by just fighting. If she saved one, the other would be lost. Arya held Snowy tight and didn't let her charge over. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man was itching to make a move, and he was ready to act at a moment's notice. Ishuehan placed her hands behind her back and looked down at Snowy while smiling coldly. A sprite progenitor. She was about to attack once she finished speaking, but a pillar of golden light shot up into the air. The primal true dragon. It stood between Ishuehan and Snowy while glaring angrily at her with its huge eyes. Ishuehan gazed indifferently at the dragon. A pure-blooded primal true dragon. A truly rare sight. If you were in the same realm of cultivation as me, then I would fear you. Unfortunately, you're no different than an ant to me right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand gently. In an instant, a powerful wave of pressure swept down from above, and it grew stronger and stronger as it descended. In the end, it converged into a torrent that slammed against the primal true dragon. The primal true dragon's eyes were filled with viciousness, and it roared with fury as it shot up into the air and slammed itself against the pressure. Boom! The sky trembled, and then a miserable howl resounded. It was the primal true dragon. The powerful pressure had instantly blasted apart its scales. The primal true dragon was already severely injured, and now that it had suffered the full strength of Ishuehan, it could be said to have suffered a severe injury over an already severely injured body. But it didn't retreat. Not in the slightest. A powerful wave of pressure incessantly rippled through the sky. Since the beginning of the battle, it had never lowered its head. In its lifetime, it had only lowered its head to two, and they were Arya and Snowy. It refused to lower its head, and it refused to retreat. In the sky, the primal true dragon kept slamming itself at Ishuehan without the slightest fear of death. However, it was constantly heavily injured instead. Arya stared at the sky. She wanted to help, but she couldn't. She couldn't leave Snowy. Everyone's true objective was Snowy. Snowy was about to charge over, but Arya forcefully kept Snowy from going over. Bang! Suddenly, a colossus crashed down from above. It was the primal true dragon. While it was powerful, the gap in cultivation between it and Ishuehan was too huge. It was no match for her. After she dealt with the primal true dragon, Ishuehan gazed at Snowy and Arya. Ishuehan stared at Snowy's tear-covered face. You're sad? Haha, worse things are coming. They'll kill everyone linked to her. I want all of you to die miserably, including you, sprite progenitor. Others dare not kill you, but I am going to try. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Snowy and Arya. Suddenly, the primal true dragon's almost dying figure charged up at her. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through her eyes, and then she grasped her fist in the dragon's direction. Crack! The primal true dragon's head instantly started to crack open, and blood sprayed out like fountains from all over its head. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Ishue Han's mouth. I've never slaughtered a dragon, so we'll try it today. She slowly clenched her right fist as she spoke. Crack! The space in the surroundings shook violently. Chapter 24:15 Are you looking for me? Chapter 24:15 Are you looking for me? Crack! The space around Ishue Han cracked and warped, and then a powerful wave of force swept down upon the primal true dragon like a surging tide. There was a wisp of sorrow in the primal true dragon's eyes as it gazed at the approaching attack. It turned to glance at Snowy and Aria, and then it closed its eyes slowly. Protect Snowy. Friends. As far as Oxy and the primal true dragon were concerned, Snowy was the sprite progenitor, but a friend too. Especially the primal true dragon. It had taken Snowy to be its friend since the moment Snowy had given that piece of fruit to it. Friendship. Sometimes, friendship was just that simple. Snowy shook Aria's arm with all her might with the hopes that Aria would save the primal true dragon. Aria stared at the sky. She wanted to save the dragon, but the old man was still targeting her and Snowy. So long as she took action, Snowy would be finished. However, she really wanted to go save the dragon, because if she didn't, the stupid dragon would die. But if she saved the dragon, Snowy may be captured. Aria closed her eyes slowly. Grandpa, what should I do? Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from deep underground, and then a ray of light tore through the ground and shot up into the air. Aria opened her eyes and looked over. She wasn't the only one. Everyone here looked toward the sword howl. A young man had shot up into the clouds, and he was very swift. It took him just an instant to appear before the primal true dragon. Swish, swish. Two rays of light intersected in the sky, and then Ishue Han's attack was minced into bits. In the sky, Ishue Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad. You're much stronger. This makes things more interesting. Yang Yi glanced at her. Give me some time. That isn't a problem, right? She grinned. Sure. Now that you've shown yourself, I'm certain that woman will too. That woman. Obviously, she was speaking about Tian Xiu. Being humiliated by Tian Xiu that day had become a knot in her heart, and if she couldn't undo it, she would never be able to advance further. So, she wasn't here for Snowy today. She was here for Yang Yi and Tian Xiu. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the primal true dragon, and his heart hurt. It was horrible. The primal true dragon's body had been completely distorted. Its scales were utterly damaged, and its head had even cracked open. Its injuries were too severe. It could be described as being just a step away from death. Yang Yi walked over to it, touched its horn gently, and spoke softly, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Snowy appeared beside Yang Yi. She hugged Yang Yi and cried for a while, and then she rubbed the primal true dragon's horn gently. Yang Yi waved his right hand and sent the primal true dragon into the primordial pagoda. Once he did that, Yang Yi went underground. Oxy was lying motionlessly there. His aura was very weak, extremely weak. If the primal true dragon was said to be hanging on to one final breath, then Oxy didn't even have half a breath left. Half. Oxy's body was much more inferior when compared to the primal true dragon, so he couldn't endure many attacks from Ishue Han. Snowy immediately started crying upon seeing Oxy. She hugged Yang Yi's neck tightly while her tiny body kept shaking. Yang Yi walked over to Oxy, glanced at the latter, and then his face turned gloomy. Oxy's injuries were probably impossible to heal even with primordial violet energy. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up into the sky. At this moment, Nanjing was fighting a few Limit Breaker Realm experts, and she was severely injured too. It could be said that in Nanjing, Jianyu, Sword Scroll, and the Primal Vicious Tiger were in a very, very bad state too. The reason they were still able to hold on was due to the powerful sword formations that Sword Scroll was controlling. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and said, "Energy." And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi from the corner of her eye, and then she tapped a finger in his direction. A strand of white energy immediately entered Yang Yi's body. It was the strand of eternal energy. Yang Yi waved his right hand and sent Oxy into the primordial pagoda, and then he gazed at Snowy. Go inside and help them. Snowy hurriedly nodded and entered the pagoda. Just primordial violet energy alone wasn't able to save Oxy and the primal true dragon. Perhaps it would be possible if the eternal energy was included too. However, he wasn't certain if it would work, because both of them were really too severely injured. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Arya. What about you? Arya glanced at Yang Yi, and then she kicked the one-armed man. That old man said this fellow is from the desolate race, and we can't kill him because of that. Big brother Yang, what do you think? Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, Yang Yi, he's the third prince of the desolate race. You? Yang Yi didn't even spare the old man a glance before he looked up at the sky. Kill him? A strange yet ferocious smile arose on Arya's lips, and then she opened her mouth and sucked. Hiss! A wave of suction force swept up the one-armed man and sucked him into her mouth. She'd eaten him alive. Just like that, the one-armed man had been eaten alive. The old man's eyes were filled with horror from the sight of this. Who are you? Arya burped, and then she gazed at the gray-robed old man. Old bastard. If it wasn't for you, Oxy and that stupid dragon wouldn't have been injured so seriously. I'm going to eat you alive. Arya stomped her foot down and transformed into a ray of black light that shot at the old man. The tombstone was in her grasp. She arrived above the old man, and then she slammed the tombstone down at him. The old man didn't dare to act carelessly. He clenched both his fists and slammed them upward. Wheo! Oh, boom! Boom! Two explosions resounded, and the old man was blasted away. Arya didn't stop attacking, and she charged at the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi moved his gaze away, and then he appeared before Ishue Han. She glanced at him and said, You've obtained a divine sword. Not bad, not bad. You're much stronger than before. Come, let me see how monstrous you are. You. Her voice stopped abruptly, and then she clawed forward with both hands. She actually caught two flying swords. They were Yang Yi's flying swords. They were of no threat to her. Ishue Han hurled them, and they instantly transformed into rays of light that shot back at speeds that were even slightly faster than when they shot at her. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he took 2 steps forward. Meanwhile, the sword gourd on his waist trembled slightly, and then the swords were sucked into it. Yang Yi glanced at her. A real 4-world realm expert. Perfect. I too would like to see if I can kill a 4-world realm expert. Ishue Han placed her hands behind her back and walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. The 4-world realm? Haha. Ignorant ant. Do you know that I attained the 4-world realm a few hundred years ago? While I'm still not at the 5-world realm yet, but how can you compare an ordinary 4-world realm expert with me? She stopped and continued. Yang Yi, the immortal estate I established was destroyed at your hands. It'll make you pay 100-fold for that. She closed her eyes slowly once she finished speaking, and then the entire world suddenly turned ethereal. The strength she revealed wasn't something eternal border could endure. It was sufficient to destroy the space and all laws in eternal border. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the sword called Executor gradually started to tremble within the sword gourd. Right at this critical moment, Ishue Han suddenly opened her eyes, and then she looked up. She seemed to have seen something, causing a ferocious and insane expression to appear on her face. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as her figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was stunned. She ran away? She just ran away like that? What the heck? Yang Yi frowned. Quite some time passed before he decided to ignore her since she still hadn't returned, and so he gazed at Nanjing. At this moment, Nanjing was being surrounded by around 8 experts, and she was being pushed back repeatedly. Moreover, she'd suffered quite a few injuries. Yang Yi took a step forward. Hiss! A ray of light flashed through the sky. A 3-world realm expert behind Nanjing was just about to attack when his expression suddenly changed drastically as he turned around. As soon as he did that, a ray of light flashed through his throat. Hiss! His eyes opened wide while astonishment filled them. Fast. Absolutely fast. It was so fast he hadn't been able to react before he died. After he killed that expert, another flying sword flashed, and then the head of another expert flew up into the air on Nanjing's right. Surprise attacks. Yang Yi had instantly taken 2-3 World Realm experts by surprise and killed them. At this moment, the experts in the sky moved their attention over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi appeared by Nanjing's side, glanced at her, and said, "Can you still fight?" She glanced at him, and then she charged at a 3 World Realm expert. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Kill. Kill until nothing's left. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. At a boundless expanse of the void, Yishui Han dashed swiftly, and she was so swift that space collapsed in her wake. A long time passed before she stopped, and a petite young girl stood not too far away. The young girl had her hands behind her back and was looking up at the endless starry sky. Suddenly, the young girl turned around and gazed at Yishui Han. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 24:16 by the Eternal River. Chapter 24:16 by the Eternal River. The young girl was none other than Tianxiu. Tianxiu had been gone for so long. Yishui Han gazed at Tianxiu for a long time before she said, "This isn't your main body." It wasn't Tianxiu's main body, and it was just a projection. It couldn't even be considered a clone. Tianxiu looked Yishui Han in the eyes. "Are you looking for me?" Yishui Han refused to display any weakness and met her gaze. "I am." Tianxiu nodded. "I'll wait for you by the Eternal River." She shot a glance below, and her gaze traveled through space and allowed her to see what she wanted to see. After that, Tianxiu's figure gradually turned ethereal. By the Eternal River. Yishui Han's eyes narrowed slightly. She naturally knew that place. She hadn't expected Tianxiu to already be there. A long time passed before she opened her eyes, and then Yishui Han vanished into the boundless reaches of space. She was going straight for the Eternal River. Once Yishui Han left and Yang Yi joined the battle, the situation was instantly turned around. Rays of sword energy flashed through the clouds from time to time, and every one of them was horrifying to the other experts here. Fear. They felt extreme fear. Since Yang Yi had arrived, every flying sword that left his gourd would take the life of a 3 World Realm expert. Fortunately, they were on guard now, so it wasn't that easy for Yang Yi to kill them in an instant. However, it truly exhausted their minds, because they had no choice but to keep most of their focus on Yang Yi. Moreover, while they could stop one of Yang Yi's flying swords, the problem was that he had 2. Even if they could dodge one, they couldn't dodge 2. Hiss. Along with a ray of light that tore through the clouds, the head of a 3 World Realm expert instantly flew up into the air. Yang Yi was just about to continue his attack when a few Limit Breaker Realm experts charged at him. Deal with Yang Yi first. Yang Yi remained indifferent as he watched them charge at him. Right when they were just a few meters away, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Executor. A moment later, a ray of light flashed. Hiss. FWL. Sea space was instantly obliterated wherever it passed, and the 2 experts at the front of the group were instantly sliced into 2. The remaining Limit Breaker Realm experts were stunned on the spot. Instant annihilation. They had been instantly killed just like that? Suddenly, 2 flying swords shot by. The head of a Limit Breaker Realm expert in front of Yang Yi instantly flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. Retreat. Meanwhile, someone shouted, and then the countless experts in the sky fled toward the surroundings. Flee. At this moment, they had no desire to continue fighting because every attack of Yang Yi could take their lives. How could they fight him? It was impossible. And Nanjing glanced at him. "Shall we pursue them?" Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, while Head killed 3 World Realm experts like dogs earlier, it had been because Head taken them by surprise in the beginning. Yet now, they were on guard against him, so it was still quite difficult to kill them in an instant. Of course, most importantly, there were many more watching from the shadows. Moreover, and Nanjing, Sword Scroll, Jinyu, and the Primal Vicious Tiger were heavily injured. If the fight continued, it would only end in mutual destruction. He didn't fear that, but he couldn't drag in Nanjing, Sword Scroll, and Jinyu to death with him. That was why he hadn't stopped them from fleeing with the myriad world diagram. It didn't take long for the surroundings to gradually calm down. Yang Yi looked down, and Arya was fighting the gray-robed old man. Yang Yi was about to lend her a hand when Sword Scroll stopped him. Wait a while longer. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. At this moment, Arya was slamming the tombstone violently at the gray-robed old man. Strength. Pure strength. Arya's strength was too terrifying. Every single time the tombstone descended, the world around them shook. The gray-robed old man didn't dare to go head-on against her terrifying physical strength. So, he could only passively dodge and defend himself, so it could be said that he was being completely suppressed. Sword Scroll spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. She's angry. Yang Yi nodded. Very angry. Bang. Suddenly, an explosion resounded from afar, and then Yang Yi and the others watched as the gray-robed old man was slammed far away by the tombstone. An instant later, the gray-robed old man was about to flee, but Arya suddenly put down the tombstone and slammed her fist at him from afar. A wave of powerful force swept out from her fist, and it was like an ancient volcano erupting before her. It was extremely terrifying. Boom. The old man was blasted far away. In the end, he crashed into the ground and slammed open a huge hole there. The old man was just about to get up when Arya appeared before him, and then she stomped her foot down on his chest. The old man was utterly immobilized. Arya gazed at the old man, licked her lips, and then opened her mouth and sucked while Yang Yi and the others watched with shock. She sucked the old man into her stomach. Swallowed. Had been swallowed alive. Sword Scroll and Jian Yu had solemn expressions on their faces. Even in Nanjing couldn't help but glance at Arya. She's eating people? Alive too? Yang Yi was shocked too. He only knew that Arya ate demon beasts, but he hadn't expected her to even eat people. She'd eaten him alive. What the heck is she? Meanwhile, Arya walked over to Yang Yi and the others. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Big brother Yang, am still hungry. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Arya suddenly shook her head. I'll eat later. I'm going to take a look at Oxy and that stupid dragon. She entered the primordial pagoda once she finished speaking. A long period of silence ensued here before Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and the latter shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his hand and sent all of them into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi brought all of them to Oxy and the primal true dragon. At this moment, Snowy was treating both of them. With the help of the eternal energy and primordial violet energy, Oxy and the primal true dragon were saved from the brink of death. After all, they were the two best healing energies in the world. It could be said that if it wasn't for them, Oxy and the primal true dragon would really be dead. Even then, both of them weren't in a very good condition. Snowy immediately flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder when she saw him, and then she pointed at Oxy and the primal true dragon. Yang Yi spoke softly, It's all right, they'll get better. Snowy nodded, and then she gazed at the primal vicious tiger. The tiger hadn't been targeted by Yishui Han, so it was in a much better state. However, Snowy's gaze still had concern in them. The tiger glanced at Snowy and shook its head slightly. I'm fine. Its condition really wasn't that bad. After all, primal demons like it excelled at taking beatings. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Besides him, practically everyone else on his side was heavily injured from the battle. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, Recuperate well. Leave the rest to me. He gazed at Jian Yu and continued, Thank you for what you did today. She shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Can I have a look at that sword? Yang Yi nodded and issued a command in his heart. Executor immediately flashed out of the sword gourd and arrived before Jian Yu. Jian Yu gazed at it for a long time and said, It's a great sword. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Take care. As soon as she finished speaking, she left the pagoda and transformed into a ray of sword energy that vanished into the sky. In the primordial pagoda, Sword Scroll spoke softly, She's finally free. I'm certain she'll grow stronger and stronger now. Yang Yi spoke softly, because she has no shackles and responsibility anymore, right? Sword Scroll nodded. The responsibility that has remained in her clan for generations is finally gone. As she spoke, she gazed at Executor. I didn't expect this sword to fall into your hands. 3 World Realm experts are practically no threat to you, and even 4 World Realm experts are probably unable to pose a huge threat to you. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. For World Realm experts are much stronger than I imagined. I'm still too weak. He went to the cultivation room while he spoke. There were 3 swords floating there, the Sword Precursor, the Sword Supreme, and Executor. Head had a thought while he was recuperating deep underground, and it was to merge them into one. 3 flying swords flying as one. It was actually possible, but when he tried to utilize it earlier, Head discovered that he could only merge 2 at most. While Executor could enter the sword gourd, it rejected the sword gourd, and the sword gourd couldn't move it at all. Not only did it reject the sword gourd, it rejected the Sword Precursor and Sword Supreme. As for the Sword Precursor and Sword Supreme, they were unwilling to come into contact with Executor as well. It was because that sword was too powerful, and their consciousnesses would be damaged from just getting close to it. Actually, it wasn't just the 2 swords. Even the sword gourd didn't want Executor to enter it. It was too sharp and powerful. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi put Executor aside and gazed at the other 2 swords. Merge them as one. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and they immediately entered the sword gourd. A moment later, a ray of light shot out from the sword gourd. A ray of light, but 2 swords. They were like a flash. The attack had grown stronger, but its speed had declined. It was because he had to release 2 swords at once, and it was more mentally taxing than when he released a single sword at a time. However, it wasn't a huge problem for Yang Yi. Train like a madman. So, while Nanjing and the others recuperated, Yang Yi trained like a madman. Just like that, Yang Yi's flying swords grew stronger and stronger, and their speed was increasing as well. Revenge. The moment in Nanjing and the others recovered would be the moment he went out in search of revenge. Chapter 24 17-2 Rascals. Chapter 24 17-2 Rascals. The attack from the experts throughout Eternal Border had heavily injured in Nanjing and the others. Especially Oxy and the primal true dragon had almost died. So, how could he not avenge this? In the Primordial Pagoda, and Nanjing and Sword Scroll were gradually recovering with the help of the primordial violet energy. The most seriously injured, Oxy and the primal true dragon, had only recovered slightly. This time, Snowy even took out the other half of that fruit shed obtained from the old man with a bamboo chest, and she split it between the dragon, Oxy, the primal vicious tiger, and Nanjing and the martial Qilin. Even though it was only a small fruit, the demon beasts were extremely excited when they saw Snowy giving it to them. After they ate the fruit, all of them gradually started to undergo changes. Meanwhile, Snowy snuck off to the rear mountains of the Sword Sect. Deep within the bamboo forest there, Snowy went to a certain spot, and there were 2 small trees there. They weren't very huge, and they were only the size of adults. They were crystalline, like they were made from crystals, and their leaves were so similar to crystals that it made them absolutely gorgeous. Both of the trees had 2 thumb-sized little fruits. The chaotic fruits. They were all chaotic fruits. If people knew that these 4 fruits existed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Wu and I had said, there were no more than 5 such fruits in the world. But Snowy had 4 here right now. Moreover, it was obvious she would have more in the future. These 2 trees were the trees Snowy had planted with the seeds from the 2 fruits. Of course, they were only able to grow because of Snowy. Since the day she obtained them, Snowy had used Sprite Ascension on them every day, and she even nurtured them with primordial violet energy and the eternal energy. Under such circumstances, they gradually sprouted and grew, and they even started bearing fruit. All of this made Snowy feel overjoyed. So, she worked even harder. The tree was growing, and so were the fruits. The chaotic fruit tree. Actually, they were mainly able to grow because of Snowy, the sprite progenitor. If it wasn't for Snowy, even the old man with the bamboo chest wouldn't be able to make them grow. Actually, it wasn't just the old man. No other person would have the ability to make them grow. Only an existence like Snowy, who could strengthen the spirit, was able to nurture these seeds into trees. Snowy touched the trees gently, and then blew lightly. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged toward them, and so did an endless stream of primordial violet energy. Besides that, Snowy summoned the eternal energy, and it coiled around the trees. The trees immediately started trembling when it appeared. As for the tiny fruits, they seemed to have grown slightly. Snowy's eyes lit up, and she continued blowing out spirit energy. Suddenly, Arya appeared by Snowy's side. She glanced at the trees and asked, "Snowy, can I eat them?" She licked her lips as she spoke. Snowy glanced at Arya, and then Snowy shook her head and waved her paws. She was saying that they had to grow bigger. Arya had no choice but to nod, because she too felt that they were too small and wouldn't be satisfying. Just like that, a long time passed before Snowy seemed to be quite tired. She patted her paws together and pranced off into the distance. Once Snowy left, Sword Scroll appeared before the trees. She gazed at them for a long time and spoke softly, "The chaotic fruit tree? If they appear in the eternal universe, countless demon overlords would go crazy over them." She shook her head. What a monster! She vanished on the spot. At a point in the clouds, Yang Yi closed his eyes, and his aura was restrained within him, while he seemed to have merged into one with the world. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light shot through the clouds. A cloud suddenly exploded apart far away in the distance. The light dispersed, and two swords floated soundlessly there. They were overlapped against each other, and they were red and gold. Suddenly, the two swords transformed into rays of light and vanished. An instant later, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist shook, and then a ray of sword energy shot out from it. After that, a ray of sword energy flew to the left while another flew to the right. Two flying swords in two different directions. The two swords flew side by side in the air, sometimes intersecting, sometimes flying in parallel. Just like that, the sky was filled with rays of light. Yang Yi's flying swords were much stronger than they had been in the past. Especially when the swords overlapped with each other. Their combined might could kill a 3-world realm expert with ease, even if that expert was vigilant toward his attacks. He was confident in being able to accomplish that now. But his true trump card wasn't the flying swords but the sword domain. The sword domain combined with Executor. He could swing his sword 4 times with the sword domain now, and he could do it 5 times if he was desperate. However, he wouldn't rashly swing his sword 5 times with the sword domain. When he did that, it could be considered as trying to take his enemy down with him, and so it would only be used in a truly hopeless situation. Now, when he executed 4 swings with Executor, it could be said that he was even able to kill 4 World Realm experts. As for 3 World Realm experts, they were probably incapable of resisting just a single swing. When Yang Yi held the sword, he truly sensed how terrifying it was. It was a sword that had surpassed the scope of swords. It couldn't be judged as a normal sword anymore. As for the Sword Precursor and Sword Supreme, they had their own objectives after seeing Executor, or it should be said that they had a direction now. Yang Yi put the swords away, and Executor appeared in his grasp. Even the Primordial Pagoda wasn't willing to let it stay within the pagoda by itself. It executed the spirit. To a certain extent, it possessed Snowy's ability. However, it only possessed Snowy's destructive ability and not the ability to improve the spirit of others. Moreover, its destructive ability wasn't as destructive as Snowy's. Of course, it was in comparison to Snowy's future ability. Snowy's present ability was inferior to the sword. Once Snowy became a sprite progenitor, she could destroy any spirit or sprite with a single thought. Of course, she could help them too. Yang Yi glanced at the sword in his grasp and vanished on the spot. At the rear mountains of the sword sect, Yang Yi went to where Oxy was at. Oxy could move now, but he wasn't healed yet. Snowy was here too. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yang Yi, and then she flew over to his shoulder and rubbed her head lightly against his shoulder. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at Oxy. The latter nodded to Yang Yi. Oxy was quite respectful to Yang Yi, not just because of Snowy, but because Yang Yi was extremely strong too. The strong were always respected no matter where they went. Yang Yi walked over to Oxy and patted the latter on the shoulder. "How do you feel?" Oxy hadn't even spoken when Snowy started waving her paws. Yang Yi smiled. "It's good that he's doing much better." Snowy flew over to Oxy's head, and patted the dragon horn on Oxy's head. She was telling Oxy to just recuperate and not do anything else. Oxy naturally wouldn't refuse her and quickly nodded. Snowy cracked a smile and flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi smiled. Recuperate well. We'll fight together later. Oxy nodded and waved his fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled and left with Snowy. Yang Yi took Snowy to Aria's hall. At this moment, Aria was seated cross-legged in there, and she blinked but didn't stand up when she saw them. Suddenly, Snowy flew over to her and touched Aria's head. The pair of black horns had grown quite a bit. They had just been a small bump before this, but they were the size of tiny fists now. Snowy curiously touched them while curiosity filled her eyes. Aria's figure stiffened slightly when Snowy touched them, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. Actually, Snowy wasn't aware that those horns couldn't be just touched. Of course, based on her relationship with Aria, it wouldn't be a problem even if Snowy kept rubbing them. Yang Yi glanced at the horns and asked, Aria, what are those? Aria shook her head. I don't know. In any case, they grew a little after I ate 2 people. She gazed at Yang Yi, blinked and continued, Big brother Yang Yi? Yang Yi asked, what are you trying to say? She hesitated for quite some time and said, I think you'll definitely be very tasty. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Snowy was stunned, and then she hurriedly shook her head. She pointed at Yang Yi to say that she couldn't eat him. Aria cracked a smile. I want eat him. Moreover, Big brother Yang is very strong, and I don't think I can defeat him. Yang Yi was quite speechless. She couldn't defeat him? If she could, then wouldn't she try to eat him? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Aria, have you grown stronger? Aria nodded. I'm very strong. Yang Yi smiled, I see. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Aria, you ate both of them? She blinked. Can I? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, were they tasty? Aria licked her lips. They weren't bad. Right, Snowy, you can try it. Maybe you'll like it too. Snowy blinked and nodded to indicate that she could give it a try next time. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slapped Snowy on the butt. No eating people. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi to ask why. Yang Yi said, they aren't tasty. They aren't bad. Aria suddenly explained. They didn't taste bad to me. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at Aria. Yang Yi glared at Aria. Aria, you can eat people, but you must not teach Snowy to do that. Understand? Aria puckered her lips. Big brother Yang. Why are people allowed to eat demon beasts, but demon beasts aren't allowed to eat people? Yang Yi pointed at Snowy. She isn't a demon beast. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at herself to say that she could be one. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, Aria looked up at the sky. My dream is to eat everything I can eat in this world. Snowy blinked, and then she waved her paws swiftly. She was saying that she wanted treasures. All the treasures in the world belonged to her. Yang Yi was stunned. What a pair of rascals. Chapter 24:18 Lend me your head. Chapter 24:18 Lend me your head. Yang Yi left the 2 little rascals and went to the ascension platform. Yang Yi looked up at the clouds and felt a little lost. Very lost, actually. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress appeared by his side. She gently embraced his arm and spoke softly. What's wrong? Yang Yi gazed at the peerlessly gorgeous face by his side. Su Qingshi. Yang Yi kissed her gently on the forehead and replied, Qingshi, while I cultivated in the last 2 days, I've been thinking, constantly thinking. She asked softly, about what? Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Since I started cultivating on profounder continent, I've been killing my way all the way until now. Killing, constantly killing. Either I get killed or I kill. So, I've been thinking, when will this killing ever stop? Su Qingshi fell silent because she couldn't answer that question. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. In the beginning, my objective was to protect my mother and sister, but reality was just cruel. The more I wanted that, the more difficult it was to achieve. I've killed many all along the way, a huge number of people, and I still have to kill more once I go outside. I have to continue killing. Tell me, when will I ever stop killing? Do I really have to kill until the day I become unmatched? Su Qingshi still remained silent. Killing. Yang Yi smiled and said, I've really killed too many in my lifetime. My entire life has been spent killing, and I don't like killing. It is quite laughable to say this. A person who doesn't like killing is constantly killing. He looked up at the distant sky and continued, but what can I do? If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi spoke softly. I just want you to be safe and well. Safe and well? Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from afar. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eye. I have to say that some of your thoughts are foolish, very foolish. Yang Yi gazed at her and waited for her to continue. Sword Scroll took another step forward. At this moment, she was very close to Yang Yi. She looked him in the eye. Do you know that my previous master once said that the birth of all things, including people, was a form of cultivation? Since the moment we arrive in this world, our path of cultivation has already begun. She shook her head. Do you know what the survival of the fittest means? Yang Yi asked, Please do explain. She said, Just think about it. Since you started your journey in the first world you were born in, how many people are gone now? Yang Yi's hands trembled slightly. How many? How many were gone? Not to mention anywhere else, just on Profound Continent, had lost his mother, Elder Mu, Qin Bufan, In Wainer, Zir's father, the emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. Besides that, there were many other places and worlds that had been through. How many were gone? Too many. All of them were gone. Sword Scroll spoke softly. The world is cruel and realistic. The strong go further and further, and the weak are eliminated. Just like countless sword techniques, fist techniques, and laws you once used. Why don't you use them now? Because they aren't strong enough. When they aren't strong enough, they are eliminated by you. You're a realistic person, let alone this world. The weak were useless. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. So I'm a person like that too. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll continued. Of course, that isn't wrong. Everyone must go higher and further. Those who speak about enjoying an ordinary life are actually just willingly allowing themselves to fall, and they are useless people. An ordinary life is mostly lived due to having no other choice. Only those who have stood at the peak have the right to speak about living ordinary lives, because they've obtained everything they should. But some people don't really want to live ordinary lives. They are forced to, because they don't have the ability to change their own lives and allow themselves to live extraordinary lives. She laughed bitterly at this point. Yang Yi, life shouldn't be lived in mediocrity. We cultivators have lives that are much longer than ordinary people, but they are very short lives to us. It's best to fight while you're still alive. Because if you don't... She gazed at Su Qingshi at this point and smiled. Allow me to be honest for a while longer. If you're a weakling, if you're an idiot, then would she like you? Would any of your drop-dead gorgeous women look at you seriously? Of course, if you became an ordinary person now, I'm sure they would still stay with you. But if you were a useless ordinary person from the very beginning, I'm sure nothing would have started between you. Yang Yi fell silent. Was Sword Scroll wrong? Actually, she wasn't. If he was a useless piece of trash, would gorgeous geniuses like Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi even like him? They definitely wouldn't. Or even if they did like him, he wouldn't have the ability to protect them. There was emotion, love, and loyalty in life. But the precondition to it all may be built upon a person's own strength and ability. If a man was poor, would a woman fall for him? Would anyone be willing to be that person's friend? To be a little blunter, if you had money, everything would be open to you. But if you had no money, everyone would fucking look down on you. Sword Scroll walked over to the side and looked up at the sky. Besides that, cultivation is fighting against others for resources and karmic luck. But it doesn't end there. You have to fight the heavens for lifespan and destiny. On this path of cultivation, many die while fighting others, and others die while fighting the heavens. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, if you don't fight for yourself and try to seek an ordinary life, then not only will others come for your life, the heavens will too. Your life belongs to the heavens, and if you want to extend it, then you must cultivate. If you cultivate, then you must fight the heavens. Otherwise, you will gradually be eliminated from the world, just like the friends you had in the past. Yang Yi looked down at the sword in his grasp. Fight. At this moment, he gained a slight understanding. Simply speaking, it was like during the time he was a labor disciple in the sword sect. If he hadn't fought for it, he may have been a labor disciple forever. Fight. Yang Yi suddenly smiled. There are a myriad types of Grand Das, and I, Yang Yi, will use my sword Dao to fight for it. Boom. As soon as he said that, a wave of powerful sword intent swept out from within him. Sword intent. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword intent rose madly like an erupting volcano. On the ascension platform, Sword Scroll spoke softly. The most difficult to cultivate is the sword, but the easiest to cultivate is the sword as well. Cultivation was easiest for sword cultivators because they cultivated the heart. The stronger the heart, the stronger their sword would be. If the mind was clear, the sword Dao would be smooth. But it was also most difficult because if the mind wasn't clear, the sword Dao would be obstructed. On the ascension platform, Yang Yi's sword intent was rising madly. The reason for that wasn't just his cleared mind, it was because he wasn't lost anymore. Head found a new direction for his sword Dao, and it was to fight. In the past, Head been fighting passively, but now he planned to do it actively. Fight to the peak of the sword Dao, and fight until he was invincible. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword intent surged back into his body like a receding tide. The sword in Yang Yi's grasp shook violently, and then a ray of light shot up into the clouds. The World Lord realm. His cleared mind had allowed his sword intent to instantly attain the World Lord realm. The improvement in his sword intent represented that his flying swords and sword domain would be improved tremendously. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, "If you stop suppressing yourself now, how high would your cultivation go?" Yang Yi gazed at her and smiled. I don't know. He really didn't. He was constantly suppressing his cultivation, and if he stopped that and allowed it to rise, then he really didn't know where it would stop. She glanced at him and nodded. I look forward to the day you stop. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took Su Qingshi in his arms and vanished on the spot. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi accompanied Su Qingshi and the others for 2 days. They were cultivating too now, or it should be said that they'd always been. Just as Sword Scroll had said, they didn't want to be eliminated by the world. Who didn't want to live a while longer? They wanted to live longer too, and stay with Yang Yi for a while longer. 2 days later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda with Snowy. He was a little afraid of Arya now. She kept trying to make Snowy eat people whenever she was with Snowy, and she was even trying to teach Snowy how to eat demon beasts. As for the little fellow, she really wanted to give it a try. That made Yang Yi have quite the headache. In the sky above the sword ruins, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was about to leave. However, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared nearby. The old man's dressing was familiar to Yang Yi because it was similar to the old man from the desolate race whom Arya had swallowed the other day. A peak 3 world realm expert. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he flicked a golden card over to Yang Yi. There was a tiny character on it. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What's the meaning of this? The old man explained indifferently. Our 7th prince would like to meet you. I'm sure you'll give us face and come, right? Yang Yi glanced at the old man and flicked the card back to him. I don't have a good impression of your race. So, I refuse to give you face. Yang Yi turned around and was about to leave. However, the old man suddenly said, if you don't give my prince face, then my prince may not give you face. Right? I forgot to tell you that he's a guest in White Emperor City right now. If you don't go, then... A sword howl suddenly resounded. A moment later, Yang Yi was in front of the old man, and then Executor left its sheath. The sword swept forward horizontally. 3 swings with the sword domain. The world shook before it and turned ethereal. The old man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he used all the strength he had. But Yang Yi sheathed his sword. The old man's eyes were still wide open as Yang Yi placed his hand on it and said, all right, they'll give him face. But lend me your head. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted the head lightly, and he just lifted it off the old man's neck. Just like that, Yang Yi had a sword in one hand and a head in the other as he traveled to White Emperor City. Favorite. Chapter 24:19 Xiao Shenwu. Chapter 24:19 Xiao Shenwu. After Yang Yi left, a woman appeared there in the sky above the sword ruins. It was Nanli Ming. She gazed at the sky with a solemn expression on her face. The old man was at least a peak 3-world realm expert, but such an expert hadn't even been able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. Not even one. How strong was Yang Yi? Nanli Ming didn't know the answer. A long time passed before Nanli Ming shook her head, a calamity for eternal border. She turned around and left. She knew Yang Yi's temper well. He was an absolutely ruthless person, and he was ruthless to the bone. If someone was good to him, he would never forget it, but if someone was bad to him, he would never forget it as well. Fortunately, the Nanli clan hadn't participated in any of this. White Emperor City. A young man was seated on the ground outside the city, and a round table was before him. There was a jug and 2 wine cups on it. The young man was the 7th prince of the desolate race, Huang Yin. Suddenly, Huang Yin looked up into the sky. A ray of cold light flashed there, and then a man in green clothes appeared not too far away from him. The man in green clothes had a sword in his right hand and a bloody head in his left. Huang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the head. Yang Yi walked over to the young man and tossed the head over. "I heard you wanted to see me. It's not my style to come empty-handed, so I brought you a little gift. Do you like it?" Huang Yin glanced at the head and smiled. "You're too kind. There's no need for a gift. However, reciprocating is a must, so we'll give you a gift too." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand at the city. In an instant, a huge ethereal palm appeared in the sky above the city, and then it crashed down. If it descended, the entire city would be obliterated. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy shot at the palm. However, Huang Yin immediately swung a punch when it appeared. Bam! The sword energy was forced to a stop. Huang Yin grinned, "Brother Yang, you should accept this gift." The huge palm above the city was descending, but just an instant later, it exploded apart and was obliterated. Flying swords. More than one of them. Huang Yin glanced at the sword gourd by Yang Yi's waist. "A pretty good treasure, and you use it well." Yang Yi sat down before him. "You're the 7th prince, and Area 8 a 3rd prince. I'm quite curious, how many princes are there?" Huang Yin smiled. "There are 37. However, only 9 came this time. Of course, only 8 remain now." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "You're mistaken." Huang Yin was puzzled. "Huh?" Yang Yi didn't say a word and just swung his sword. A sword howl resounded through the sky, and just the sword howl tore the sky apart. Huang Yan's expression had instantly changed when Yang Yi drew his sword. Horror. That was what Huang Yin felt right now. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, Huang Yin knew that had terribly underestimated this man who had the sprite progenitor. This attack wasn't something a 3-world realm expert could resist. While he was horrified, his reaction wasn't slow at all. At the instant Yang Yi swung his sword, a black lotus had suddenly bloomed from within Huang Yin, and then it instantly closed and enveloped him within it. A pseudo-divine treasure. The black lotus was a defensive pseudo-divine treasure. Moreover, it had been given a seal by the experts of the desolate race. So, when the seal was included, even if it couldn't compare to a divine treasure, it wasn't far off. So, Huang Yin was very confident in it. However, he didn't know what kind of existence the sword in Yang Yi's grasp was. The sword descended. Hiss. Yang Yi's sword didn't even stop for a moment before the black lotus exploded apart, and then Yang Yi's sword sliced straight through Huang Yin. Huang Yin's figure instantly stiffened, and he gazed at Yang Yi with a blank look in his eyes. "That sword." Yang Yi grinned. "Executor." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Huang Yin's figure suddenly split open, and then blood and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. He was dead. After he killed Huang Yin, Yang Yi suddenly shot up into the sky. It didn't take long for him to arrive high above, and numerous powerful auras were shooting off into the distance. They were fleeing. They were the experts of Eternal Border who were watching from afar, and they decisively chosen to flee once Yang Yi noticed their presence. However, Yang Yi didn't spare them. 2 flying swords shot through space. Hiss. hiss. Along with two sounds of something being sliced open, two heads flew up into the air in the distance, and then blood rained down from above. Instant kills. Both swords had instantly killed a 3-world realm expert each. Yang Yi turned around. There was one last 3-world realm expert fleeing madly in the distance. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and issued a command in his heart. A flying sword instantly appeared there. Hiss. Everywhere the sword passed, space was instantly sliced into bits. That expert in the distance seemed to have sensed the sword, and a wisp of bitterness arose on his lips. He stopped on the spot and closed his eyes. He couldn't defend himself against it at all. As soon as he sensed it, he knew that he was done for. Suddenly, a black ray of light slammed against the sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the ray of light dispersed while the sword itself was blasted away. Yang Yi glanced to the right, and a middle-aged man was looking at him from there. The initial emperor. The middle-aged man was the Shiyuan clan's initial emperor. Initial emperor gazed coldly at Yang Yi in silence. You. Oh, Yang Yi grinned. He was about to attack when initial emperor suddenly attacked. A wave of powerful fist intent swept at Yang Yi like a storm. Moreover, numerous powerful auras appeared around Yang Yi, and these auras rapidly slammed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He drew his sword and swung it. Hiss! A ray of light swept out with Yang Yi at its center, and it instantly sliced apart those auras. However, initial emperor and the others had vanished. The ancestors of the 5 clans. They hadn't chosen to fight Yang Yi to the death, and they'd chosen to avoid him instead. They had no choice. Yang Yi's strength was too terrifying. Even they didn't dare to fight him to the death because even if they won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Once that happened, it would only benefit someone else. So, they chose to avoid him. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, fell silent for a moment, and then vanished on the spot. Around an hour later, Yang Yi arrived at the Nanli clan, and Nanli Meng immediately appeared before him. Nanli Meng sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Congratulations. Now, very few throughout Eternal Border dare to offend you. Yang Yi grinned. Miss Nanli, long time no see. She chuckled. Go on. Tell me why you're here. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. The guardians, the ancestors of the 5 clans, and those fellows who fled from the sword ruins that day. I want to know where they are. Nanli Meng fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. You can't tell me? She smiled. Brother Yang, you're putting me in a difficult position. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I'll owe you a favor, all right? A favor. Nanli Meng fell silent. Yang Yi wasn't the same person he used to be, so a favor from him was quite valuable. It should be described as being very valuable. However, she shook her head. Brother Yang, I can't pick a side this time. My Nanli clan is staying out of this. I'm sorry. Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. All right, I understand. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Nanli Meng said, Brother Yang. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. She hesitated for a moment and smiled. The Abyss World, Xiao Xinwu, Xin Xiao, Wan Wei Hu, the Desolate Race, and the D Clan. Watch out for them. Good luck. She turned around and left. Yang Yi repeated those names in his heart and said, Thank you. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, down below, Nanli Meng glanced at the sky, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman appeared by her side. It was the ancestor of the Nanli clan, Nanli Yin. Nanli Yin spoke indifferently. You still took his side in the end. She smiled. I just helped a little. Nanli Yin spoke solemnly. It may bring calamity to our clan. Nanli Meng glanced at her. Don't worry, I'll protect the clan. She grinned, and then she vanished into the distance. Nanli Yin remained silent on the spot. Myriad World Mountain. One of the teleportation formations here trembled, and then a young man in a white robe walked out from within it. The man glanced at the surroundings, and then he looked up at the sky. He closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before he grinned. It is the aura of a sprite progenitor. Interesting. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings. Eternal Border. I wonder how many people here still remember me. Xiao Shenwu. Ha ha ha. Chapter 24:20 Surrender or Die. Chapter 24:20 Surrender or Die. The Abyss World. The Abyss World was actually an abyss, a huge abyss. It was an abyss that formed a small world. Because it was too big and unique, the world named it Abyss World. It was a world of its own. The Abyss World hadn't been a world in the beginning, and it had just been an expanse of space. But because of a huge battle, it had been blasted open into an endless abyss, and ordinary experts didn't dare to step foot into it. It was one of the few forbidden areas in the universe. Suddenly, numerous auras entered the Abyss World. Deep within the Abyss World, the bottom of it, in fact, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared there. It was the Shiyuan clan's initial emperor. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings, and then 4 people appeared there. They were the ancestors of the other 4 clans, Beichuan Xiu, Hanyuan Ting, Luoli Ming, and Yi Go. The ancestors of all 5 clans were here. They were being led by the initial emperor. Initial emperor suddenly looked to the right. Please show yourselves. As soon as he said that, the space there trembled slightly, and then 4 experts appeared there. 3 world realm experts. There were 3 men and a woman, and all of them were at the 3 world realm. Initial emperor nodded slightly to them, and then he looked up into the sky. Elder Qing, please join us too. Once initial emperor said that, an old man in a green robe appeared not too far away from him. The expressions of everyone here turned quite solemn from the sight of him. Elder Qing, or also known as Qing Xing. He was the strongest among the guardians, a true 4 world realm expert. Moreover, had been at the 4 world realm for many years. It could be said that Elder Qing was the strongest and most influential guardian. Initial emperor cupped his fist at Qing Xing while he said, I didn't expect you to come yourself, Elder Qing. Qing Xing glanced at the people here. Are all of you here for Yangyi or the Desolate Race? They exchanged glances. In the end, initial emperor spoke solemnly. The Desolate Race. The Desolate Race. Many people in Eternal Border knew nothing about the Desolate Race, but they did. All those years ago, the Desolate Race had almost annihilated Eternal Border. If it wasn't for the sprite progenitor joining the battle, Eternal Border would have ceased to exist by now. Now that the Desolate Race was back, it would be a lie if they said that they weren't worried. What was the Desolate Race's attitude toward Eternal Border? Obviously, it was definitely not friendly. After all, Eternal Border had taken Eternal Kingdom's side all those years ago. Qing Xing nodded slightly when he heard Initial Emperor. The Desolate Race is back, and it proves that they have recovered. Based on the way they do things, they will definitely seek revenge. So, Eternal Border is in danger. Eternal Border is in danger. Qing Xing continued. According to my knowledge, Eternal Border only has 6 experts who are truly at the 4 world realm. In one of them, the Immortal Estate's Yishui Han is another. Unfortunately, her whereabouts are unknown. Besides us, there's Xiao Chunwu, Xin Xiao, Wan Weihu, and Mr. Yin Yang. He gazed at them and continued, all of you ancestors of the 6 clans, and those ancestors of Sword Sky City, White Emperor City, and the 3 sects are only at the peak of the 3 world realm. You're all just a step away from the 4 world realm. Our forces have no chance against the Desolate Race. Yigo suddenly said, if we have no chance, then we should stay out of it. Stay out of it. Everyone gazed at him in silence. Yigo spoke indifferently. Don't tell me all of you plan to protect Eternal Border to your deaths? You must be joking. Those fellows only took Eternal Kingdom's side because Eternal Kingdom promised them many things. And so did the sprite progenitor. They fought a bloody battle not for this place, but for themselves, right? For themselves. Only themselves remained in the hearts of experts at their level. It was the grand Tao and eternal life that they cared about. They could abandon everything for that. Just like this very moment, if there was no benefit, it would be absolutely impossible to make them join forces against the Desolate Race. They could join forces against Yangyi because of the sprite progenitor, and killing Yangyi would benefit them tremendously. But what about the Desolate Race? They would get nothing, and they may die as well. So, they naturally refused to do something like that. Meanwhile, Elder Qing suddenly said, how can any of us survive if this place is destroyed? Yigo glanced at him. The desolate race's true objective is the eternal kingdom. So let's just watch and see what happens, and we can take advantage of the situation when the time comes. Elder Qing shook his head slightly. You think too little of the desolate race. When they truly come to eternal border, we must either surrender or die. Yigo fell silent. The final goal of these people from eternal border was the eternal kingdom and entering the eternal kingdom. As for the desolate race, their objective was to enter the eternal kingdom too. So, it should be said that they had the same objective. Unfortunately, the desolate race looked upon eternal border with disdain all those years ago, and it planned to keep eternal kingdom for itself. Otherwise, if it had gathered the strength of the experts from eternal border, eternal kingdom wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. Suddenly, Elder Qing looked to the right, and then the others looked in that direction too. A young man in a violet robe was walking over slowly from that direction. Behind the young man was a middle-aged man who held a sword in his arms, while keeping his head lowered slightly. The young man walked over to them and grinned. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Huangyi. They call me Sixth Prince. He had the surname of the desolate race. Oh, the others frowned, and there was some vigilance in their eyes. Huangyi grinned. I heard that you seem to be discussing my desolate race. Come on, they'll discuss it with you. Elder Qing glanced at the middle-aged man before Huangyi and asked, What do you wish to discuss? Huangyi smiled, Your future. He glanced at everyone here and said, Your objective is the eternal kingdom, and our objective is the same. However, all of you can't get in there, but I can, and I can take all of you with me. They remained silent. Huangyi smiled. This is an opportunity for all of you, and it may be your last opportunity. Oh, right. If you're planning on taking advantage of the situation at the end, then just forget it. Both my desolate race and eternal kingdom aren't existences that all of you can fight. Yigo spoke coldly. You just want us to be your slaves, right? Huangyi shook his head. That makes it sound so terrible. If you're willing to follow me, then you'll be friends of the desolate race and I. Friends? Yigo laughed coldly. How truly laughable, you. His expression suddenly changed drastically at this point, and a ray of sword energy appeared before him. It was fast. Hiss. Along with a strand of blood, an arm fell to the ground. It was Yigo's arm, while Yigo himself was over 1 kilometer away with a pale countenance covered in shock. The middle-aged man behind Huangyi looked up and glanced at Yigo. Servants should not interrupt their masters. Everyone gazed at the middle-aged man, and their eyes were filled with fear and seriousness. A 4-world realm expert. The middle-aged sword cultivator was a 4-world realm expert. Huangyi grinned. I forgot to introduce him. This is a friend I just made, Jin Xian. He was a guardian of the Northern Sword Sect. My desolate race has great, very great ambitions. If I'm to be frank, I'm only here because your strengths are barely sufficient, or if I'm to be direct, you're not absolutely beneath me. Their expressions became quite unsightly when they heard this. However, Huangyi ignored their displeasure and continued, If you don't believe me, just see how you'll be ants who are used as cannon fodder soon. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Initial Emperor spoke. Wait a minute. Huangyi stopped and gazed at Initial Emperor, and the latter fell silent for a moment before he said, I'd like to seek guidance from you. Huangyi grinned, all right. Huangyi's figure shook and vanished on the spot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the space between Huangyi and Initial Emperor was torn open. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted far away. It was Initial Emperor. Once he stopped himself, a spear pressed against his forehead. However, as soon as that happened, the spear shook violently and was blasted away by a wave of mysterious energy. A wisp of surprise flashed through Huangyi's eyes. Interesting. Initial Emperor wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and walked over to Huangyi, and then he bowed slightly. I'm willing to follow you. Everyone here was shocked. He's submitting just like that? Haha. Huangyi suddenly roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he gazed at Initial Emperor. Very good. You're not blind. Haha. He flicked a thumb-sized white pearl over to Initial Emperor. A world energy pill. It can help you attain the 4-world realm. It's yours. He turned around and walked off once he finished speaking. The middle-aged man, Jian Xian, glanced at Initial Emperor. The young master went through hell just to get 3 of those in the last few decades. He turned around and left. Initial Emperor glanced at the white pearl, and then he looked up at Huang Ye's figure and spoke softly, one of the 10 great physiques. Chapter 24-21 Come at me together. Chapter 24-21 Come at me together. One of the 10 great physiques. Initial Emperor hadn't hesitated to choose Huang Yi mainly because of Huang Ye's physique. Besides that, the other reason was that he knew more about the desolate race than the others. He didn't know much, but that was enough. Just like that, the others watched as Initial Emperor left with Huang Yi. A long period of silence ensued, and then Beichuan Xiu suddenly said, "Farewell." He turned around and left. It didn't take long for everyone to leave, and only Yi Go and Elder Qing remained. Yi Go said, "They are going to Huang Yi." Elder Qing glanced at Yi Go. "You're not going too?" Yi Go replied indifferently, "Honor is important in life, is it not?" Elder Qing glanced up into the sky. "Huang Yi is right. We must choose between the desolate race and eternal kingdom." Yi Go spoke solemnly. "Has eternal kingdom taken any action?" Elder Qing smiled. "What do you think?" Yi Go gazed at Elder Qing. "Elder Qing, which side are you taking?" Elder Qing glanced at the surroundings and said, "Eternal border." His figure trembled and vanished on the spot. A long time later, a man suddenly appeared here. Yi Go bowed slightly when he saw the middle-aged man. Eldest Prince. Eldest Prince. He was the eldest prince of the desolate race, Huang Tianqing. The man glanced at Yi Go's shoulder, and then he appeared by Yi Go's side and placed his hand on Yi Go's shoulder. An instant later, an arm started to grow slowly from there. A short while later, Huang Tianqing removed his hand. "Let's go take a look at that existence in the abyss world." Huang Tianqing walked off into the distance, and Yi Go hurried after him. Around 15 minutes later, Huang Tianqing stopped. There was a pitch-black hole in space not too far away from them, and a powerful aura frequently rippled out from it. Yi Go spoke softly, "Eldest Prince, is this where the beast of the abyss is sealed?" Huang Tianqing nodded. He walked forward and raised his right hand slightly before gently pressing it down at the black hole. In an instant, the entire black hole started to tremble. Some time passed before Huang Tianqing spoke softly, "Shatter." Boom. An explosion resounded from within the black hole, and then a terrifying aura swept out from within. The powerful aura was like a rising tide that swept at Huang Tianqing and Yi Go. The latter's expression changed slightly from the sight of it, and he was about to do something when Huang Tianqing waved his right hand lightly. Along with that movement of his hand, the pressure instantly vanished without a trace as if it had never been there. Yi Go couldn't help but glance at Huang Tianqing, and there was reverence in his eyes. Suddenly, a huge, pitch-black claw stretched out from within the black hole, and it slammed down at Huang Tianqing. The four-world realm. Yi Go was certain from this attack that the beast within the black hole was at least at the four-world realm. Huang Tianqing remained calm as he took a step forward and waved his right hand gently. Bang! The pitch-black claw was blasted back into the black hole. An instant later, Huang Tianqing stretched out his right hand, and a huge ethereal claw shot into the black hole. A short while later, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from within it. Meanwhile, Huang Tianxing's figure entered the black hole. Around 15 minutes passed before he walked out again. A small pitch-black demon beast was behind him. It looked like a pitch-black cat with a sharp horn on its head. Black light frequently coiled around the horn. The small demon beast glanced at Yi Go with a ferocious look in its eyes. Yi Go's eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. Huang Tianqing walked over to Yi Go, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said, "The three-world realm is too weak. The four-world realm barely passes." A pure white pearl appeared before Yi Go. A world energy pill. Yi Go's hands trembled from the sight of it. Huang Tianqing didn't say anything, and just walked off into the distance. The pitch-black demon beast viciously bared its fangs at Yi Go when it passed him. Yi Go clenched his fists slowly. While there was vigilance and caution in his eyes, he wasn't afraid. The demon beast didn't attack and just vanished on the spot. Outside the abyss world, Yang Yi stood in space there. He put the myriad world diagram away while looking at the abyss below him. Nanli Ming had mentioned the abyss world to him, so had decided to come have a look. Snowy stood on Yang Yi's shoulder and pointed at the abyss below with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Want to go down there?" Snowy nodded. Yang Yi smiled. He was about to head down there when he suddenly looked into the distance. A young man and two middle-aged men were shooting toward him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized one of them. It was the initial emperor. Yang Yi grinned when he saw the initial emperor. Suddenly, Huang Yi, who was leading the group, walked over to Yang Yi and smiled. "This must be the #1 genius of Eternal Border. It's a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, he gazed at Snowy, and then his eyes narrowed slightly while a faint smile curled up on his lips. Yang Yi glanced at Huang Yi. "The desolate race?" Huang Yi moved his gaze away from Snowy and smiled. "Yes." Yang Yi grinned. "I've killed 2 already." "Right, they were quite weak. It only took a single swing of my sword." Huang Yi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and smiled. "They were just too useless." He gazed at Jian Xian and smiled. "Brother Yang, I heard you're a sword cultivator. This friend of mine is a sword cultivator too. Why don't you compete? Of course, it's only until a winner is decided." Jian Xian glanced at Yang Yi. "Just until a victor is decided is meaningless. Let's decide on life and death, all right?" "Life and death." Yang Yi smiled and gazed at Huang Yi. "Why don't we compete?" Huang Yi was about to speak when Jian Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then a speck of light suddenly appeared before Yang Yi's forehead. Hiss! The speck of light pierced through Yang Yi's forehead, but it was merely an afterimage. Jian Xian suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and space shook while 2 sword howls filled the sky. Crack! The space in a huge area instantly cracked open like a net had been carved into it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Jian Xian were 300 m away from each other. They gazed at each other from afar. As for Huang Yi and the initial emperor, they were over 3 kilometers away. Huang Yi smiled as he gazed at Yang Yi and Jian Xian. It's amazing that Eternal Border gave birth to someone like him. The initial emperor glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was sliced open before it. Meanwhile, Jian Xian suddenly drew his sword, and then sword energy rippled through the surroundings. Bang! As soon as their sword energy collided, the space in the surroundings instantly exploded apart. The explosions went on for quite some time before the sky suddenly calmed down, and both of them were still standing in confrontation from afar. Jian Xian was looking at Yang Yi, and he just gazed at Yang Yi while his sword trembled violently in his grasp. As for Yang Yi, his sword was extremely calm, and it wasn't moving at all. Yang Yi ignored Jian Xian and gazed at the initial emperor, causing the latter to slowly clench his fists. Meanwhile, Huang Yi smiled. "Brother Yang, there's 3 of us." Yang Yi smiled. "You can come at me together." Haha! Huang Yi roared with laughter, and his laughter rumbled through the surroundings. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, oh, Yang Yi, I have to say that you're really arrogant. Looks like recruiting you is impossible. But that's fine because based on your temper, my eldest cousin and 9th brother won't be able to recruit you either. It's fine. We can wear you down slowly. After all, you and that sprite progenitor will never be able to escape." Haha. He turned around and left with the initial emperor and Jian Xian. Yang Yi was about to attack when he suddenly looked down. A powerful evil aura had suddenly swept up from below. However, it only took a short while for the aura to shrink back as if it had never appeared. A short while later, a middle-aged man appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. It was Huang Tianqing and Yi Go. Huang Tianqing stopped. The completely pitch-black demon beast by his side gazed at Snowy. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, killing intent, greed, and a trace of fear. The sprite progenitor. The demon beast had clearly recognized Snowy, and it revealed greed and killing intent because Snowy wasn't a true sprite progenitor yet. If Snowy became a true sprite progenitor, then even if they were enemies, It wouldn't dare to look directly at Snowy like this. All those years ago, even the powerful desolate beasts of the desolate race had refused to join the battle. Even if the desolate emperor had killed 2 powerful desolate beasts, the others still didn't dare to act against the sprite progenitor. Snowy gazed at the demon beast. As soon as she noticed the ferocious glow and killing intent in its eyes, Snowy's eyes opened wide, and she inhaled lightly. In an instant, the black light on the demon beast's horn dimmed down slightly. Roar! The demon beast was furious, and it transformed into a ray of black light that shot at Snowy while a powerful aura surged at Snowy like an erupting volcano. In the primordial pagoda, Arya was strolling randomly around the sword sect when she suddenly stopped. She pulled out the Tonghulu in her mouth and looked up into the sky. Pierce of trash! You're even trying to attack Snowy? Oxy, let's kill it and roast it for food. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Chapter 24-22, Are You No Match? Chapter 24-22, Are You No Match? Snowy was furious when she saw the small demon beast charge at her. Snowy glared at it and was about to attack. However, Arya suddenly appeared in front of her and Yang Yi. Arya gazed at the black demon beast that was charging in her direction, and her face remained emotionless. She suddenly swung a punch when it was less than 3 m away. Bang! This punch forced the demon beast to a stop. An instant later, she swung another punch, and it was punched flying all the way to Huang Tianqing. The pitch-black demon beast was exasperated from being punched away, and a vicious glow arose in its eyes. A moment later, strands of terrifying aura seeped out incessantly from within it. At the same time, its body gradually grew larger. Arya glanced at it and patted her hands together. Little piece of trash! The demon beast was beyond furious when it heard this. It raised its right claw and placed it on the horn on its head, and it was about to attack when Huang Tianqing suddenly stopped it. The demon beast glanced at Huang Tianqing while the intent to kill still filled its eyes. Huang Tianqing glanced at it and spoke indifferently. Stand down. The demon beast bared its fangs at him and howled. Obviously, it didn't want to. Huang Tianqing nodded. Then go on. Once it received his permission, the demon beast's tiny body instantly expanded over 10 times. At this moment, it was at least 2 times larger than an elephant, and its aura instantly rose explosively as well. The 4-world realm. A true 4-world realm demon beast. The demon beast suddenly leaped up and pounced at Arya. A powerful wave of pressure and aura swept toward her like a storm. In an instant, the space there trembled before it. Arya's face remained indifferent. Suddenly, she stomped her right foot down and shot up into the air, and then she slammed herself against the demon beast. Boom! An explosion resounded in mid-air, and then a figure was blasted away. It was the black demon beast. A moment later, Arya instantly appeared before it, and she slammed her fist down against its head. As soon as it slammed down, the veins beneath her arm trembled while a wave of mysterious energy rippled out. The energy of her bloodline. Boom! The demon beast's head instantly cracked open. It wasn't just its head which had cracked open. Even its body cracked open in an instant and blood sprayed. Meanwhile, Arya swung another punch. Boom! The demon beast was punched flying again. After she punched it away, Arya didn't attack again. She returned to Yang Yi and glanced at both Yang Yi and Snowy. Amazing, right? Snowy nodded repeatedly. Yang Yi glanced at her in silence. Arya cracked a smile at Snowy, and then she turned around and walked toward the demon beast. The demon beast gazed at Arya with astonishment and fear in its eyes. Besides that, there was a trace of terror too. Terror. It didn't know what Arya was, but it knew that the little girl was absolutely not someone it could offend. As it watched Arya walk closer, the demon beast instinctively moved behind Huang Tianqing. Arya was stunned by the sight of this and laughed with ridicule. Coward! The demon beast was exasperated by this, but it didn't dare to step forward and fight her. While it didn't dare to attack, Arya did. She tapped her right foot down lightly and shot at it. The demon beast hesitated for a moment, but didn't attack in the end. It had been traumatized by her punches. It didn't take long for Arya to arrive in front of it, and then she slammed her fist at Huang Tianqing. Huang Tianxing's expression remained indifferent as he took a step forward and slammed his fist at her. Their fists collided. Bang! The entire area shook violently. Huang Tianqing took 2 steps back, while Arya returned to Yang Yi. She glanced at Huang Tianqing and said, "Big brother Yang, you deal with him." She moved behind Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Yi glared at her, and then he gazed at Huang Tianqing and swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of brilliant sword energy flashed. Huang Tianqing remained indifferent as he tapped his finger forward, and it tapped on the ray of sword energy. Hiss! The sword energy shook violently, and then Huang Tianqing took quite a few steps back, but it didn't take long for him to stabilize himself and twist his right hand. Bang! The sword energy exploded apart. Huang Tianqing took a step forward and tapped his finger at Yang Yi from afar. Hiss! A ray of black light flashed. A ray of sword energy shot out from Yang Yi's waist. Bang! The ray of black light exploded apart before Yang Yi, and he took a few steps back. The surroundings fell silent. Huang Tianqing glanced at Yang Yi. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're bound to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the demon beast and Yi Go. Bound to die. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The desolate race had shown themselves, so it was obvious that Eternal Kingdom would be coming too. Regardless of whether it was the desolate race or Eternal Kingdom, their objective was definitely Snowy, the sprite progenitor. Eternal Kingdom definitely wanted to possess the sprite progenitor again and make the sprite progenitor take their side, and the desolate race definitely didn't want history to repeat itself. Simply speaking, Yang Yi and Snowy were stuck in between Eternal Kingdom and the desolate race. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly pointed down to indicate that Yang Yi should head down there. Head down there? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "There's a treasure down there?" Snowy nodded. Yang Yi grinned. "Come on, let's head down there." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Snowy and Arya. The Abyss world was huge. It was a world, but it was very small to people like Yang Yi. After all, he could see through half of it with a single glance. Yang Yi shot all the way down on his sword for almost 2 hours before he arrived at the bottom. It was a gray and hazy world. He could neither see the sky nor the ground, and the surroundings were ghastly and cold. Snowy pointed ahead to indicate that Yang Yi should go that way. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly asked, "Snowy, is there any danger?" "Danger?" Ian. Snowy blinked, looked into the distance, hesitated for a moment, and then finally shook her head. Yang Yi and Arya exchanged glances. In the end, Arya licked her Tonghulu and asked, "Snowy, is it really not dangerous?" Snowy shot a glance in that direction, blinked, and then gazed at them with a questioning gaze. "Is there danger there?" Arya's face darkened. "We're asking you that question." Snowy raised her paws to display that she didn't know. Arya was quite displeased. "If you don't know, then why did you say that there's no danger there?" Snowy pointed in that direction and blinked. She seemed to be asking if there was danger there. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Arya walked over to Snowy, passed the Tangulu to her, and said, "I'm really helpless against you." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Big brother Yang, you ask?" Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's little head and pointed ahead. "Snowy, whatever is over there, can Arya and I win against it?" Arya gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. "Big brother Yang, you really know how to do it." Snowy glanced ahead, thought for a while, and then nodded. Yang Yi nodded. "All right, let's go." Arya too felt that there was no issue now. Just like that, Yang Yi left Snowy and Arya forward, and around an hour later, he stopped. There was a mountain wall not too far ahead of them, and there was a huge crack on it. The crack went extremely deep to the point he couldn't see where it led. On the right of the crack was a broken saber. There was only half of it left, and it was completely cracked apart. There was no life left in it. Snowy waved her right paw, and it immediately flew over to her. Snowy shook her head as she gazed at it. Yang Yi asked, "What's wrong?" Snowy tapped it lightly, and then she waved her paw to display that it was broken. Yang Yi asked, "Can you repair it?" Snowy thought for a moment and blew on it. In an instant, a strand of pure spirit energy entered it, and then the saber shook violently. After that, the cracks on it gradually healed. Arya glanced at Snowy and said, "Snowy, you can specialize in repairing weapons. You'll make a killing." Snowy cracked a smile and tapped the saber a few times. A short while later, the saber howled, and then it emanated rays of light. A pseudo-divine treasure. The broken saber was definitely a divine treasure at least. Unfortunately, it had been broken apart, and not only had its body been destroyed, even its intelligence had been destroyed. So, the saber had instantly been reduced to nothing. Now, Snowy had clearly given it new life. The broken saber trembled in Snowy's paws and seemed to be communicating with Snowy. Snowy glanced at it, patted it lightly, and then sent it into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and was about to speak when the mountain wall started shaking. Yang Yi, Arya, and Snowy hurriedly looked over, and the cracks on the mountain wall gradually grew larger. Yang Yi walked to the front of their group and tightened his grip on his sword while a vigilant expression appeared on his face. Arya licked her tonghulu and just gazed at the cracks. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a black hand stretched out from behind the cracks. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung his sword. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted far away. As soon as he stopped himself, the ground beneath his feet exploded apart, and the mountain behind him was obliterated. Blood flowed from Yang Yi's mouth. Arya and Snowy's expressions changed drastically. Both of them hurriedly went over to Yang Yi, while worry covered Snowy's face. Yang Yi was about to speak when a strand of blood sprayed from his mouth. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Didn't you say that I could win?" Snowy blinked and waved her paws. She was asking him if he really couldn't win? Yang Yi's face darkened. "My little lord, can't you even figure that out?" Chapter 24-23 It's not stealing, it's taking. Chapter 24-23 It's not stealing, it's taking. Yang Yi had quite the headache. Snowy didn't have a proper idea of how strong he was. As far as Snowy was concerned, there was nothing he couldn't defeat, and now it had brought great trouble to him. Now, he didn't dare to believe that little bastard anymore. Snowy gazed at Arya, and the latter glanced at Snowy and spoke indifferently. "Big brother Yang is right. You need to learn these things." Snowy was at a loss for words. Yang Yi ignored them and looked at the cracks in the mountain wall. A black shadow was slowly floating out of there. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see it clearly. It was human, and based on his outer appearance, he was around 30 years old. A pitch-black spear floated behind him. The middle-aged man's gaze immediately descended onto Yang Yi, but it didn't take long for his gaze to move down onto Yang Yi's sword. He frowned slightly when he saw the sword. "Executor?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly gazed at Snowy and Arya, and his frown deepened. "Impossible." Snowy blinked. She was sneaking glances at the cracks behind the man. Arya licked her tonghulu while remaining vigilant at all times. She wasn't Snowy, so she wasn't that carefree. The middle-aged man gazed at them for a long time and said, "The sprite progenitor and evil." He glanced at Arya, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "How truly inconceivable. A sprite progenitor, and you actually exist in such a world." Arya suddenly asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man glanced at Arya. "A failure." "Failure?" Arya frowned. "You failed?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I did?" Arya asked, "What did you fail in?" The middle-aged man smiled. "You'll find out soon." Arya hesitated for a moment and asked, "Will you kill us?" Obviously, Shed sensed how strong he was, and if he acted against them, they would definitely die here today. The middle-aged man replied with a question, "Why would I kill you?" Arya nodded, stopped being vigilant against him, and moved over to Yang Yi's side. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "You're suppressing your cultivation?" Yang Yi nodded. The middle-aged man said, "There are benefits and disadvantages to that. The slightest mistake may cause you to die from it." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, please guide me." The middle-aged man said, "Everything has its limits. Suppressing the cultivation is a unique form of cultivation, and it's a very extreme one too. It's like eating, and eating too much may cause you to die from overeating. So, you must improve your mental state while doing this. Yang Yi was puzzled. My mental state? The middle-aged man explained. What would happen when a poor person suddenly possesses millions? Yang Yi replied solemnly, that person will lose themselves. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, that person will lose themselves or even become arrogant. However, if the same person slowly accumulated the same amount of wealth, that person will usually not lose themselves. The difference between the two of them is actually their mental state. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. The more you suppress your cultivation, the more you must focus on the cultivation of your mental state. If it can't keep up, you'll kill yourself one day. Now, your cultivation has already surpassed your mental state. So, focus more on it from now on. Cultivate the heart, the mental state. Yang Yi thought for a long time and nodded. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, are you above the 5 worlds? Above the 5 worlds? The man was stunned for a moment, and then quite a strange expression appeared on his face. Yang Yi asked, what is it? The middle-aged man shook his head. It's understandable. After all, you're still very weak. Yang Yi's face froze and was absolutely unsightly. Can't you hold back a little? The middle-aged man continued. How should I put it? He paused for a moment and continued. You should look further than that, and you can go further too. When you look back in 10 years from now, you'll notice how laughable and immature it was to consider your current enemies as experts. Yang Yi smiled. That does make sense. However, I should focus on what's before me and take every step well. What do you think? Indeed. The man nodded slightly and smiled. It's very good that you can think in this way. He shook his head at this point. Unfortunately, you're a sword cultivator and aren't suited to my path. What a pity. Yang Yi glanced at the spear behind him, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Do you know Senior Wu and I? Wu and I? The middle-aged man nodded. I do. Yang Yi asked, How does your strength compare to his? The middle-aged man smiled. I was merely slightly inferior at my prime. Yang Yi smiled when he heard this, and then a Nanjing appeared by his side. Once a Nanjing appeared here, the middle-aged man's gaze immediately fell on her, the martial god physique. Yang Yi smiled. Senior, do you think she's suitable? The middle-aged man grinned. Of course. He gazed at her and continued. Are you willing to learn my spear Dao? A Nanjing asked. Is it strong? He nodded. Of course. A Nanjing replied. Then of course. The middle-aged man's grin widened. My spear Dao has but one attack. One attack in a battle, and just that is enough. As he spoke, the middle-aged man started to pass it down to her. He didn't make Yang Yi leave. Obviously, he wanted to guide Yang Yi too. Yang Yi naturally grabbed such an opportunity. He sat down cross-legged and listened in silence with a Nanjing. Meanwhile, Snowy glanced left and right, and then she pulled Arya with her as she sneaked off. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the cracks in the wall. Arya asked softly, Snowy, are you trying to steal his treasures? Steal? Snowy blinked and then she waved her paws swiftly. Snowy was telling her it wasn't stealing, it was taking. Taking. Arya glanced at Snowy. But you're taking them without their owner's permission, so it's stealing. Stealing isn't very good. Her grandfather had taught her a lot in Eternal Village, and one of it was that she couldn't steal. Snowy blinked, and then she waved her paws. She was saying that even if the owner didn't agree, it was all right if she received the agreement of the treasures themselves. Arya thought for a moment and said, That does make sense, but something about it doesn't seem right. Snowy cracked a smile and pulled her into the cracks. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and the others ignored the two little fellows. Just like that, Snowy and Arya just swaggered off into the cracks, and it didn't take long for them to stop abruptly. Snowy's eyes seemed like they were studded with stars, and even Arya was staring ahead. There was a pile of fist-sized crystals ahead. All of them were dark violet crystals. World crystals. Eternal Border had eternal immortal crystals and eternal divine crystals, but the most precious was eternal world crystals. World crystals were crystals condensed from the spirit of a world. Such crystals were very, very rare. It could be said that just one could be exchanged for at least 1,000 eternal divine crystals, and it was impossible to exchange successfully. The most prominent effect of eternal world crystals wasn't their ability to improve a person's cultivation, it was to replenish spirit energy. Even 5 world realm experts could instantly replenish their profound energy with a single one of these crystals. If 2 people were in a battle of life and death, and their strengths were equally matched, then a single eternal world crystal was very likely to be the key to deciding the victor. Besides that, eternal world crystals could improve a person's cultivation, and they contained a type of profound energy called world energy, the purest form of spirit energy in a world. Such spirit energy was very, very beneficial to cultivation. For example, it could help someone advance from their realm of cultivation. World energy was one of the 10 great spirit energies, and every one of them had their own advantages. World energy's advantage was its ability to help with breakthroughs. So long as one had sufficient world energy and was at a sufficient level of cultivation, one could advance. But there were at least 300 eternal world crystals here. Even if it was eternal border, it would take at least 10,000 years to form a few hundred of these crystals, let alone 300. They were rich. Snowy blinked as she gazed at the pile of crystals, and then she waved her paws and took all of them. Snowy cracked a smile and pulled Arya forward. A long time later, she stopped again. A ball of pure white light was floating before them. Arya blinked and asked, "What's that?" Snowy shook her head and waved her paw. The ball of white light immediately flew over to them. Snowy hesitated for a moment and patted it gently. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged out of the white ball of light, and it was so much that it seemed boundless like a universe. A short while passed before Snowy lowered her paw, shuddered, and then sniffed the ball of light while holding it in her paws. Hiss! In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged into her. In just an instant, the spirit energy throughout the abyss world rapidly grew scarcer, and Snowy's eyes became a little more violet as well. Besides that, the white and fluffy tail behind her had gradually started to turn light violet. A short while passed before Arya patted Snowy on the head, and Snowy stopped. She gazed at Arya, and the latter spoke softly, "Snowy, take it slow. Don't overdo it." Snowy blinked, and then she passed the ball of light to Arya. Arya hesitated for a moment and sniffed lightly. Countless strands of spirit energy surged into Arya. Arya seemed like she'd gotten addicted and continued for around 10 minutes before her ears stood up. Moreover, the veins beneath the skin on her arms started to tremble. In the primordial pagoda, Oxy, the primal true dragon, the primal vicious tiger, and the martial Cheelans suddenly looked up, and their eyes were filled with terror. Outside the crack, the middle-aged man who was teaching Yang Yi and in Nanjing suddenly stopped, and then he looked toward the cracks. Awakening of the bloodline? Chapter 24:24 Either my enemy dies, or I die. Chapter 24:24 Either my enemy dies, or I die. Awakening of the bloodline? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man and in Nanjing followed after him. Deep within the cracks, when Yang Yi and the others arrived before Snowy and Arya, the 2 little fellows were standing motionlessly by each other's side. As for the white ball of light, it wasn't there anymore. Arya and Snowy just gazed at them with an innocent look on their faces. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings, shook his head, and smiled. "You little fellow, you took all the world crystals that were condensed here over countless years. Forget it, those treasures are useless to me, so you can have them." Snowy blinked and acted as if she didn't know what he was saying while frequently sneaking glances at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. It was obvious that Snowy had taken something. The middle-aged man waved his right hand, and then a white ball of light appeared in his grasp. Snowy was stunned by this, and then her eyes opened wide. She'd hit it well, so she wondered why the ball had come outside. She planned to take it back, but she discarded that thought when Yang Yi glared at her. The middle-aged man glanced at the ball of light and said, "Spirit source, it's the spirit source of Abyss World. Simply speaking, it's the source of spirit energy in Abyss World." He gazed at Snowy and Arya before he continued. The amount both of you absorbed earlier took practically half of all the spirit energy in the Abyss world. The spirit energy of half a world. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Senior. Will that affect the Abyss world? The middle-aged man smiled. It's not a big deal. This world never had any life. Even if there are, it's life that comes from the outside world in search of treasures. He flicked the ball of light over to the two little fellows. You can have it. Snowy blinked. She didn't take it, but gazed at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi glared at her. Snowy cracked a smile at the sight of this and hurriedly put it away. The middle-aged man gazed at Arya. At this moment, she was very calm, and her veins had returned to normal too. He seemed to have thought of something as he gazed at her, and he gradually frowned. Arya glanced at him and just silently licked her tonghulu. A short while later, the middle-aged man spoke softly. Awakening is good too. The earlier you awaken, the stronger you'll be. However, don't lose the humanity you have right now. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and said, if you want them to grow quickly, then help them find these sources of a world's energy. Of course, don't look for worlds that have countless lives on them. These things can't be taken rashly because it's very harmful to a world that loses it. As for places like Abyss World, it's fine to take it. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Of course he wanted Snowy and Arya to grow quickly. He would never overlook their ability. If they grew, they would be extraordinary. The middle-aged man gazed at Nanjing and said, come with me. He turned around and walked away. Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and followed the man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man stopped and gazed at Nanjing. You are on the path of the martial Dao, and it contains everything. The spear Dao is within the martial Dao too. My spear Dao is used based on belief. The stronger your belief, the stronger your spear will be. So long as your belief stands, your spear remains invincible. He stretched out his hand at this point, and a spear appeared there. He gazed at her and said, I only attack once with my spear. If my enemy doesn't die, then I die. The essence of my spear Dao is belief. At this point, he suddenly stabbed it forward. Nanjing's pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. She reacted like she was facing a formidable enemy. It was the strongest spear attack she had ever seen in her lifetime. It was very ordinary and didn't even glow, nor did it emanate any spear intent. However, it was exactly such an attack that aroused despair within her. She couldn't stop it. That was what she thought in the beginning. But a moment later, she knew she had to even if she couldn't. Being no match for the enemy was one thing, but not fighting back was a completely different thing. And Nanjing counterattacked. The middle-aged man smiled when he saw her attack. Because of Nanjing, Yang Yi temporarily stayed in the Abyss world, and he seized this opportunity to cultivate like a madman. However, he didn't know that many were searching for him right now. Eternal Border. World Mountain. On the teleportation formation, a young man in white clothes suddenly appeared there. He seemed very weak and pale, and it was like a gust of wind could blow him away. The young man held a white staff in his grasp, and there was a dragon head on its top. A pure white dragon head. The young man walked off the teleportation platform, glanced at the surroundings, and closed his eyes slowly. Not here yet. As soon as he said that, an old man suddenly appeared before him, and the old man bowed slightly. Ninth Prince. The young man spoke indifferently. Did my brothers not act against the sprite progenitor? The old man shook his head. Prince Huangyi didn't go in search of Yang Yi, and he has gone to recruit experts throughout Eternal Border. He had 3-4 World Realm experts and around 6 more Peak 3 World Realm experts. As for Prince Huang Tianqing, I don't know how many 4 World Realm experts he has, but he has a 3 World Realm expert, the Yi Clan Zigo, and a 4 World Realm Ferocious Beast. The young man grinned. These 2 elder brothers of mine aren't ordinary. While the sprite progenitor is great, it's a hot potato. Anyone who touches it will get burnt. They refuse to touch it and are recruiting experts instead. Amazing. The old man lowered his head slightly. Ninth Prince, what do you plan to do? What do I plan? The man looked up at the sky. If they refuse to touch it, I will. Let me see if it can burn off my hand. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Ninth prince, that's... The young man smiled. It's fine. Let's go. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The old man hesitated for a moment and followed after him. At the end of the eternal river, a white wall of light stood here, and there were 3 corpses before it. The corpses hadn't decayed, and they were looking ahead at the wall of light. It was the wall between universes. This wall blocked off the hopes of countless. There was a line of words by the wall. After all the trouble to get here, it actually only starts here. Suddenly, the wall trembled, and then a woman in white armor walked out from within. Her figure was tall, and she was extremely beautiful like a goddess. Once she appeared, 6 more people walked out from behind the wall of light. All of them wore white armor, had a short sword by their waists, and a spear on their backs. She glanced at the corpses and said, "See that? At most times, your birth decides your fate. All of you were absolutely lucky to be born in Eternal Kingdom. If you were born in Eternal Border, this is how it'll end for all of you." The 6 of them lowered their heads behind her and didn't dare to say anything. She looked into the distance. An endless river stood before them. She gazed at it for a while before she spoke indifferently, heaven on one side, earth on the other, life on one side, death on the other. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. The others vanished with her. At the other side of the eternal river, she soundlessly descended to the ground, and as soon as her group arrived here, an old man appeared in front of her. It was the guardian Qing Xing. Qing Xing glanced at her and spoke solemnly. "Are you from Eternal Kingdom?" She nodded. "Where's Yang Yi?" Qing Xing spoke solemnly. "Eternal Border." She was about to leave when Qing Xing suddenly said, "The desolate race has shown itself." She replied indifferently, "So what?" Qing Xing looked her in the eyes. "Looks like Eternal Kingdom is very confident this time." She replied, "Eternal Kingdom isn't what it used to be. The humiliation we suffered all those years ago will be returned 100-fold. She and the other 6 of them vanished on the spot and shot toward Abyss World. Abyss World. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy went over to the 2 chaos fruit trees. She grinned as she gazed at them, and then she withdrew 2 world crystals and placed them below the trees. The trees trembled and started to absorb the crystals. The trees gradually grew slightly larger, and so did the 4 fruits. Besides that, another tiny fruit grew out of each of the trees. While these 2 new fruits were very small and just the size of a thumb, they had grown. Snowy's eyes lit up from the sight of this, and she hurriedly tossed 2 more world crystals below the trees. Once they finished absorbing the crystals, Snowy patted her paws together and pranced off into the distance. A short while later, she suddenly stopped and gazed at the trees. She blinked, glanced at the surroundings, and vanished on the spot when she failed to notice anything. Right after Snowy left, the trees trembled, and then 2 faint auras came from within them. They were very weak and tiny, but they were there. With Snowy's extravagant methods of fostering them, they had grown spirits. Outside the primordial pagoda, a group suddenly appeared outside the Abyss World. It was the group from Eternal Kingdom. The woman glanced at the surroundings and pressed her palm down. Bang! In an instant, the entire Abyss World shuddered, and it seemed like it was about to explode apart. A single attack capable of destroying a world. A peak 4 world realm expert. The woman shot an icy cold gaze down below and slowly clenched her fist. "Show yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to fully clench her fist, but a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. There was a spear floating behind him. Chapter 24-25, I was unmatched once too. Chapter 24-25, I was unmatched once too. At the Abyss World, the woman gazed at the middle-aged man before her and frowned slightly. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man glanced at the woman's group, and then he took a step forward. A wave of pressure slammed down upon them. Bang! The woman was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. Their expressions changed drastically from this. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at them. "Leave this place. Now." She bowed slightly to him. "Farewell." She didn't hesitate to leave with the others once she finished speaking. The middle-aged man glanced to the right. A sickly young man and an old man were there. It was the desolate race's ninth prince, Huang Ying. Huang Ying bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. Farewell. He turned around and left with the old man. The middle-aged man turned around and left as well. Outside the abyss world. As soon as the group left the area, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth, and a solemn expression covered her face. It was extremely solemn. She glanced at the abyss world while fear filled her eyes. She was a Peak 4 World Realm expert, but she was very well aware that she would definitely die if the middle-aged man attacked her. His strength far surpassed her own. She closed her eyes slowly. I didn't expect such an expert. One of the experts behind her suddenly asked, "Is he above the Limit Breaker realm?" She shook her head. He surpasses that. Surpasses it. Just that shocked all of them. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "He may be even stronger than that." They were stunned speechless. At the other side, Huang Ying stopped. At this moment, there was a solemn expression on his face and eyes too. His eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect such an expert to be in this world. The old man spoke solemnly from behind him. Does he surpass the Limit Breaker realm? Huang Ying shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that's not all. That's not all. Huang Ying shot a glance downward. It's fine. Let's just wait. He vanished on the spot with the old man. At the bottom of the abyss, the middle-aged man returned to Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sorry for causing you trouble." The middle-aged man shook his head. That isn't trouble. They aren't qualified to be considered that. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The middle-aged man continued, "Let me emphasize one last time. You must never forget that your objective is the stellar ocean, and your enemies are none other than yourselves. A person's greatest enemy in life is themselves. I've seen many, many experts, including Wu and I and the owner of Executor. All of them lost to themselves." They lost to themselves? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? The middle-aged man smiled. You'll understand one day. He gazed at Nanjing and continued, 3 days, that's enough for you to inherit everything I know. At that time, you can leave. She nodded. After that, Nanjing started learning everything from the middle-aged man while Yang Yi cultivated madly. Flying swords. Yang Yi's focus was on his flying swords, sword domain, and madness intent. Madness intent. It was quite an intriguing form of intent because its strength was determined by how insane he was. The more insane he got, the stronger it would be, and the clearer his mind was, the weaker it would be. It could be said that if he entered into a mad state, the strength of his flying swords and sword domain would improve by around 50%. Simply speaking, if he used Executor right now, he was barely strong enough to fight a 4-world realm expert. However, if he used his madness intent, then he wasn't any weaker to a 4-world realm expert, and may even be able to kill such experts. Unfortunately, he couldn't control it. In the primordial pagoda, while Yang Yi and in Nanjing were cultivating, Snowy wasn't relaxing either. However, she didn't cultivate. Every day, she would go to the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, where the 2 chaotic fruit trees were. Now, she didn't just use primordial violet energy and eternal energy to nurture them. She used eternal world crystals and her own unique spirit energy too. It could be said that not to mention those chaotic fruit trees, even a pig could be nurtured into a primal demon if it was nurtured like this. The chaotic fruit trees were growing taller and larger. At this moment, they were around 1.5 m tall, and there were 6 fruits on them. 4 of the fruits were the size of an adult's fist, and they were ripe. As for the other 2, they were still quite small. Actually, the chaotic fruits could be said to have been forcefully matured and ripened by Snowy with the help of various types of energy. Snowy revealed a brilliant smile when she saw that 4 of them had ripened. So, she called Oxy, the primal vicious tiger, Marshall Cheelin, primal true dragon, and Arya over. They couldn't help but stare when they saw the 2 trees. Arya blinked, walked over to Snowy's side, and patted Snowy's little tail. Snowy, well done. Snowy cracked a smile and waved her little paw. The 4 ripe fruits fell off the trees and flew over to Snowy. Snowy sniffed them lightly, and then she passed one to Arya. Arya gazed at Snowy. Is this for me? Snowy nodded. Arya hesitated for a moment and spoke very seriously. Snowy, you're a really good friend. I'm very poor now, so I have nothing to give you. But don't worry, your problems are my problems from now on. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she raised the fruit at Arya again. Arya didn't refuse it and accepted it. As she gazed at it, a smile curled up on her lips. Presently, she really needed all sorts of natural treasures, but only divine treasures like the chaotic fruit were up to her standards. After she gave one of the fruits to Arya, Snowy brought one to Oxy and passed it to Oxy. The latter glanced at Snowy, hesitated for a moment, and took it. Snowy gazed at the primal true dragon, and then she flicked one over to it. The primal true dragon gazed at Snowy for a long time, and then it nodded and took the fruit. There was one last fruit. Snowy put the fruit away. However, she didn't forget the primal vicious tiger and martial Cheelin. Snowy pointed at them, and then pointed at the two trees. There were two more fruits there, so she was telling them to wait until those fruits ripened. The primal vicious tiger and martial Cheelin glanced at the fruits and nodded. They were satisfied as long as they got one. Moreover, those two fruits weren't very far off from ripening. It would take a few days at most. Arya and the others ate their fruits, and then they returned to their own territories. In an instant, numerous unstable auras arose within the pagoda. As for Snowy, she took the last fruit to the mountain where Zir lived. Zir grinned when she saw Snowy and embraced Snowy. Snowy raised the fruit in her direction. Zir gazed at it in silence. After she consumed that piece of fruit the other day, she had attained the World Lord realm. Just a single part of a fruit had allowed her to jump through so many realms of cultivation. Now, she had a whole fruit. If she consumed it, she would definitely attain the Limit Breaker realm and may even attain the Two-World realm. Zir didn't hesitate to take it. Once she saw Zir consume the fruit, Snowy pranced off into the distance. In the hall, a powerful aura surged out of Zir's body. Outside the hall, Snowy gazed into the sky, and then a wisp of bewilderment gradually appeared in her eyes. Snowy was getting more and more sensible in the end. Recruiting demons, nurturing the chaotic fruit trees, and searching for treasures. Some would think Snowy was just being mischievous, but in actuality, weren't all of her actions helping Yi in their own way? A short while passed before Snowy shook her head and vanished into the distance. She went to the second level of the primordial pagoda. In the cultivation room, Snowy floated in midair while the primordial acts of creation, true energy mirror, seal of suppression, myriad world diagram, sword supreme, sword precursor, sword gourd, and eternal energy floated before her. Besides executor, all Yi's treasures were here. Snowy glanced at them, and then she grabbed the eternal energy and swallowed it. She was nurturing it. She planned to nurture it herself, because she felt that Yi took too long. Actually, it wasn't that Yi was slow, it was she who was too fast. Once it entered her body, the eternal energy started to circulate madly within her. It was excited. It was extremely excited. Even though eternal energy was very rare, it was just a strand of energy before Snowy. Snowy patted her stomach to tell the eternal energy to be quiet, and it didn't take long for it to quiet down. Snowy gazed at the divine treasures before her. She glanced left and right, and in the end, she just opened her mouth. In an instant, countless strands of pure spirit energy surged out like a torrent toward them. Sprite Ascension. Since Snowy discovered that she could make them grow in strength, she had been helping them with Sprite Ascension from time to time. All of these treasures were Yi's, so the stronger they became, the better it would be for Yi. Even though Snowy couldn't improve these divine treasures to become super divine treasures, she could make them approach that level. Just like that, days went by. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days. At the bottom of the abyss world, Yi and a Nanjing bowed slightly to the middle-aged man, and the latter roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the spear behind him suddenly appeared in front of a Nanjing. A Nanjing gazed at the middle-aged man, and the latter smiled. It has no name, but people call it nameless. It has been with me for many years. While I do not need any treasures anymore, I couldn't bear to leave it behind. So, I've been keeping it with me. Now, it's yours. And Nanjing hesitated for a moment, and then she nodded and put it away. The spear seemed to tremble in response. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Farewell. The middle-aged man smiled. Go on. I have a guest. Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Nanjing. The latter bowed to the middle-aged man like a disciple would bow to their master, and then she left with Yang Yi. Not long after they left, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe and a sword in his grasp walked into the abyss world. She went to the middle-aged man. The sword cultivator gazed at the middle-aged man for a short while and shook his head. What a pity! The middle-aged man smiled. I can still fight, can I? The sword cultivator nodded. Do it. The middle-aged man smiled and looked up at the sky. You know, during that chaotic time, if it were in terms of the spear Tao, then destiny may have had 70% of it, but I had the other 30%. All those years ago, I too was once unmatched. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shook, and then a spear gradually appeared from within his forehead. An instant later, a spear was pointed at the sword cultivator. This spear contained too many things. As soon as it appeared, the entire abyss world instantly turned ethereal, and then it vanished completely like it had evaporated. The entire abyss world was gone. It could endure the strength of this attack. Meanwhile, the sword cultivator drew his sword. Chapter 24-26 You're not qualified. Chapter 24-26 You're not qualified. Hiss. The sound of something being torn apart resounded, and then the space before the sword cultivator was sliced open. An instant later, the middle-aged man's figure turned ethereal. The sword cultivator sheathed his sword and walked away. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, Someone like you shouldn't exist in this world. The sword cultivator stopped. All of you aren't from this world. The middle-aged man nodded. We aren't. The sword cultivator said, Based on your main Buddhist strength, there should be very few capable of killing you. So, how did you die? The middle-aged man smiled. This is how the world is. You think you're very strong, but there are those who are stronger. There's always someone stronger, right? The sword cultivator glanced at the surroundings. I hope someone can defeat me. Only defeat can allow me to locate new flaws in myself. Unfortunately, I've gone in search of many, but none have been able to defeat me. As far as I'm concerned, the moment I'm defeated is the moment my sword Tao begins. The middle-aged man fell silent for a short while and said, You will? The sword cultivator nodded. I hope it happens soon. Otherwise, this life and sword Tao are too meaningless. The sword cultivator vanished once he finished speaking. The middle-aged man glanced in the direction the sword cultivator had vanished. He's really strong. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure gradually turned ethereal, and then it vanished completely. Not long after Yang Yi left the abyss world, a young man and an old man appeared before him. The young man was Huang Ying. Huang Ying grinned. Can we talk? Yang Yi replied indifferently. What do you think? Huang Ying smiled. One more friend is better than another enemy. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi nodded. Then let's talk. Huang Ying gestured at Yang Yi to follow him. Please come with me. Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying and was about to go when he suddenly looked into the distance. A woman was leading 6 other men in white armor toward them. It didn't take long for the woman to stop. She glanced at Yang Yi. She belongs to Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi replied indifferently, and I think you belong to me. So do you belong to me because of that? She replied, I belong to you? If you have the strength, then so what if I do? Yang Yi smiled. All right, let me guess. You're an unfamiliar face, so you probably aren't from Eternal Border. If I'm not wrong, you should be from Eternal Kingdom, right? She nodded and walked over to Yang Yi. The sprite progenitor belongs to Eternal Kingdom. Give her to me. She'll be safer there, and her life will be better. At least it'll be better than staying with you. Yang Yi smiled and gazed at Huang Ying. What do you think about that? Huang Ying smiled. Brother Yang, that's terrible of you. You want us to fight to the death, and then you'll flee with the sprite progenitor. Brother Yang, that won't work. Yang Yi smiled. Did you say it's better to have a friend? Now, it's time to prove if we're friends. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and smiled. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the woman. "If I were you, I'd leave right now." She didn't speak and just charged at Yang Yi. Because they were very close, it only took an instant for her to appear before Yang Yi. An instant later, countless golden threads rained down upon Yang Yi like a storm. It was extremely fast to the point they instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the golden threads dispersed. The woman moved around 30 back, but it only took a moment for the space around Yang Yi to crack open, and then countless golden threads shot out from the cracks toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi swung his sword horizontally. Boom! The golden threads were blasted away again, but a powerful aura swept over immediately. Yang Yi stabbed his sword forward. Bang! Yang Yi and the woman moved backward repeatedly. They stopped after being pushed around 30 back each. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand, while golden threads floated behind the woman. However, they were broken. She glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. What a great sword! Her pupils suddenly constricted at this point. Impossible! It's that sword! Yang Yi grinned, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, a brilliant ray of sword energy slashed down from above her. The sword domain. For swings. The woman's pupils constricted at the sight of the sword energy, and she pressed her palm down slightly. In an instant, countless threads of golden light swept out from her. Bang! The sword descended. The woman and the golden light were instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped herself, the golden light exploded apart, and she was pushed over 30 back. Once she finally stopped herself, blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Huang glanced at Yang Yi and grinned. "Brother Yang, that's quite some strength you have." Yang Yi ignored him and was about to attack. Suddenly, the woman soared up into the air, and then an ethereal spear condensed in her grasp. An instant later, she shot at him with the spear. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, and then he drew it. Hiss! Along with the sound of something being torn open, two figures were blasted away. They were Yang Yi and the woman, and they only stopped after being pushed around 300 back. They gazed at each other from afar. Yang Yi took a step back and swung his sword. Hiss! A brilliant ray of sword energy shot forward. The woman stretched out her hand and twisted it slightly. Hiss! The space before her exploded apart, and then a wave of powerful energy rippled out from there. Boom! 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 The sky exploded apart, and then a ray of sword energy and golden light slammed against each other in the black hole. Just like that, the sky rippled for almost 15 minutes before finally calming down. Yang Yi and the woman stood far apart from each other within the black hole. She gazed at Yang Yi while feeling slight shock. She hadn't expected him to fight her equally. After all, her cultivation far surpassed Yang Yi's, and she was from Eternal Kingdom. The civilization of cultivation there was far superior than what it was here. But at this moment, she had no confidence in being able to defeat this young sword cultivator who stood before her. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The peak of the 4-world realm. She was at least a peak 4-world realm expert. While he hadn't used all his trump cards, had used his full strength, yet he still couldn't do anything to her. There was quite a gap between him and a peak 4-world realm expert. This battle allowed him to gain a rough understanding of his strength. Yang Yi looked up at her, and she raised her right hand before lightly bringing it down. The 6 experts in white armor vanished on the spot behind her. An instant later, Yang Yi sensed 6 powerful auras before him. 4-world realm experts. All the auras belonged to 4-world realm experts. While they were slightly weaker than the woman, their joint forces were extremely terrifying, and their auras almost suffocated Yang Yi. He felt suffocated. The woman clearly planned to gang up on him and stop fighting him in single combat. After all, it was a waste of time and energy. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when facing these 6 powerful auras, and he was about to attack. However, Huang Ying and the old man suddenly appeared by his sides. Huang Ying grinned and waved his right hand. In an instant, a ray of pitch-black light rippled out of his palm. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly raised his hands and pressed them down. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly. He too swung his sword. A powerful strand of sword intent rippled out. Their joint forces were able to forcefully fend off the pressure from those 6 experts. Moreover, those 6 experts were even pushed back. Once they succeeded at doing that, Huang Ying glanced at Yang Yi and left. Yang Yi left with them. In an instant, they vanished into the distance. Huang Ying's intentions were clear. He helped push them back, but he wouldn't help Yang Yi fight them to the death. If Yang Yi didn't leave, he would abandon Yang Yi. He didn't want to be used by Yang Yi. Yang Yi naturally understood that, and he was very well aware that his own strength wasn't sufficient to kill them. So, had decisively chosen to leave. The 6 experts were about to give chase, but the woman stopped them. She gazed at the direction they'd fled toward for a very long time, and then she said, "Ask for a 5-world realm expert to be sent here." One of them hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is that necessary?" She glanced coldly at that expert. "If we don't annihilate someone like him, he'll become a huge threat in the future. Moreover, the situation in Eternal Border is complicated, and the desolate race has shown itself. So, we don't have any advantage." She looked up into the distant sky. "The sprite progenitor must come under our control." She turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe appeared nearby. She stopped and glanced at him. He seemed very ordinary, and there was nothing outstanding about him. He glanced at her and asked, "Is Eternal Kingdom to the right?" She replied indifferently, "You want to go to Eternal Kingdom?" He nodded. "I want to have a look." She shook her head. "Don't." He was puzzled. "Why?" She looked him in the eyes. "You're not qualified." Chapter 24-27. I have a huge objection to that. Not qualified. As far as she was concerned, if someone from Eternal Border wanted to enter Eternal Kingdom, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. At the very least, one had to be at the peak of the 5-world realm, or even higher to be qualified. But what ability did this sword cultivator possess? Actually, she knew that some people returned to simplicity. Some seemed ordinary, but they weren't ordinary at all. Those people had returned to simplicity. They were simple yet unordinary, normal yet extraordinary. However, she didn't think anyone in Eternal Border could accomplish that to the point she couldn't discern it. It was absolutely impossible for such an expert to exist in Eternal Border. The sword cultivator glanced at her and asked, "What do I need to be qualified?" She grinned. "Defeat me and you're barely qualified." As soon as she said that, a sword was against her throat. Everyone here was stunned, including the woman. Her figure stiffened on the spot. One swing of the sword. She'd seen the attack, and it was a very ordinary attack, but she hadn't been able to avoid it. He glanced at her and said, "Don't you know how weak you are?" He lowered his sword and left. They watched as he gradually vanished into the distance. The woman's face was extremely unsightly. A long time passed before she closed her eyes. "Ask for a 5-world realm expert to get here immediately. Tell them if it's allowed. It's best to send an expert above the Limit Breaker realm." She was truly quite afraid now. Eternal Border wasn't as simple as Shed thought. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Huang Ying stopped at the peak of a mountain. Huang Ying sat down cross-legged by the edge of it and looked ahead. Yang Yi stood at the side while the old man remained not too far behind them. Huang Ying pointed ahead, "Brother Yang. War will spread through this world soon, and then it will vanish from history." Yang Yi replied indifferently, "What does that have to do with me?" Huang Ying was stunned. He glanced at Yang Yi and chuckled. "You really aren't ordinary. Then let's speak about what's related to you. For example, that little fellow in you. Brother Yang, do you think that you can keep her safe?" Yang Yi replied, "I'll do it even if I can't." Huang Ying smiled. "According to my knowledge, the Eternal Kingdom has an Eternal Lord now, and that Eternal Lord has converged all the powers in Eternal Kingdom. Soon, the walls between Eternal Kingdom and Eternal Border will be broken, and you will realize that 4-world and 5-world realm experts will be numerous like ants." Yang Yi remained silent. He was very well aware that Huang Ying wasn't trying to scare him. Once Eternal Border and the desolate race became serious, he wouldn't be able to resist any of them. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. When had he ever been in a good situation? The stronger he got, the stronger his enemies were. His life had rarely been calm. Huang Ying suddenly said, "Looks like you're very well aware of the situation that you're in." Yang Yi glanced at him. "Tell me why you're here." Huang Ying smiled. "To work together." "Work together?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "How?" Huang Ying smiled. "Brother Yang, the sprite progenitor isn't as important to my desolate race as it is to Eternal Kingdom. My desolate race has merely come here because we don't want the sprite progenitor to fall into the Eternal Kingdom's hands. After all, we don't want history to repeat itself. Of course, if we can obtain the sprite progenitor, then it's even better. However, even if we can't obtain it, we can accept any outcome where the sprite progenitor doesn't fall into Eternal Kingdom's possession." He gazed into the distance and continued, "So, that's why we were given the order to either get it or kill it." Yang Yi said, "Tell me about our cooperation." Huang Ying smiled. "It's very simple. Help me become the crown prince of the desolate race. So long as I succeed, we'll make the desolate race give up on the sprite progenitor. Of course, the precondition is that you can't allow that little fellow to help Eternal Kingdom. Besides that, if I'm the crown prince, I won't let the desolate race harm any sprites of Eternal Kingdom in the future." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "According to my knowledge, the desolate race has a patriarch." Huang Ying smiled. "The crown prince is the next patriarch and possesses a very, very great level of authority. Moreover, that patriarch of ours will only show himself when necessary. As far as he's concerned, Eternal Kingdom and everything else are beneath him. Otherwise, if he came from the sprite progenitor now, do you think anyone could stop him?" Yang Yi remained silent. Huang Ying chuckled. "His gaze has gone beyond Eternal Kingdom a long time ago. After the battle all those years ago, he has never managed anything anymore. So, the crown prince has a huge amount of authority." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "What do you need to become the crown prince?" Huang Ying stood up and gazed into the distance. "Only 3 people have the right to vie for the position of crown prince. My eldest brother, Huang Yi, and I. The condition given to us was that whoever gets the sprite progenitor becomes the crown prince. However, so long as my eldest brother and Huang Yi lose, will be the crown prince even if I don't have the sprite progenitor." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Moreover, if you take my side, then to a certain extent, the sprite progenitor would be on my side. So, if you agree to take my side and I get back safely, then I would have one." Yang Yi asked, "Is it that simple?" "Simple?" Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. "Brother Yang, because our patriarch has been in closed-door cultivation, many smaller groups have formed. For example, some support me, some support my eldest brother, and some support Huang Yi. That's why the patriarch stepped forward and said the crown prince would be the person who brought back the sprite progenitor." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The weight of those words is extremely great. So long as I return home and you take my side, then I'll be the crown prince. At that time, my eldest brother and Huang Yi will have no choice but to obey me. Otherwise, I can end their lives with a single command." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "In other words, once I take your side, it's impossible for you to return safely, right?" Huang Ying nodded. "They will attack madly. Moreover, the resources available to my eldest brother and Huang Yi are extremely terrifying." He walked over to Yang Yi and continued, "Brother Yang, have you decided?" Yang Yi thought for a long time and nodded. "All right, I'll do it." Huang Ying grinned, and then he raised his palm in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi stretched out his hand as well. They struck their palms together to form their alliance. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, there was no disadvantage. While helping Huang Ying meant he would have to face Huang Tianqing, Huang Yi, and the forces that stood behind them. But if he didn't help, he would still have to face them. Moreover, he would have to face Huang Ying too. Besides that, he would have to face the experts of Eternal Kingdom and Eternal Border. Choosing to work together with Huang Ying was equivalent to dragging Huang Ying into all of it. Simply speaking, they would have to face everything together. That was naturally a good thing for him. Huang Ying smiled. "Then I'll be troubling you with sending me home." Yang Yi glanced at the old man behind them and said, "I'm sure you have a backup plan, right?" Huang Ying nodded. "Of course. However, my eldest brother and Huang Yi have one too." Once you take my side, it's very likely that they will join forces. So, you have to be mentally prepared for it. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just withdrew the myriad world diagram. Huang Ying's eyes lit up when he saw it. Is that a myriad world diagram? Yang Yi nodded. Huang Ying nodded. I didn't expect you to have a treasure like that. Yang Yi glanced at it, and it didn't take long for him to see desolate world to the right. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying. We can go now. Huang Ying shook his head, Brother Yang. You can try it for yourself. Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying and placed his hand on the desolate world. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he pulled his hand back. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying, and the latter spoke solemnly. As expected, Yang Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? Huang Ying spoke solemnly. Many years ago, an old man came to Desolate World and requested to put it on the myriad world diagram. We refused, but for some reason, our patriarch personally agreed to it. However, he had a request, and it was that only the old man could use the myriad world diagram to enter Desolate World. So, it can be considered to be the old man's personal travel pass. Yang Yi frowned slightly. So, we can't teleport there? Huang Ying nodded. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and glanced at the surroundings. Then let's go. Huang Ying smiled, all right. The three of them immediately vanished on the spot. The Desolate World. Yang Yi and Huang Ying's alliance was quickly known by everyone, and they hadn't tried to keep it concealed either. Because everyone in Eternal Border had their eyes on Yang Yi, so they knew everything he did. At a certain point in space, Huang Tianqing suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before he suddenly said, "Kill." At a boundless mountain range, Huang Yi suddenly stopped on the spot for a while. Suddenly, he started laughing. Ninth brother. Oh, ninth brother. You're truly brave. How could eldest brother and I not have thought of that? We thought of it, but we didn't dare to do it. Yet you actually did so. Since you've done it, let me see how strong you truly are. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the sky with his group. Myriad World Mountain. As soon as Yang Yi's group entered Myriad World Mountain, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly appeared in front of them. The middle-aged man glanced at them and smiled. I've been waiting for you. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Xiao Xinwu. You may have heard of me. I want to borrow that sprite progenitor of yours. You don't have any objections to that, right? Yang Yi looked him in the eyes and said, Firstly, I've never heard of you. Secondly, I have a huge objection to that. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24-28, Hell World. Haha. Xiao Xinwu roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he shook his head. I've not been in Eternal Border for many years. I didn't expect even a junior of Eternal Border to be so arrogant. Looks like you'll have to speak with my fists. Xiao Xinwu vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and then a fist slammed down at Yang Yi's head. The space around him exploded apart while a wave of powerful force seemed on the verge of obliterating Yang Yi. A peak 4 world realm expert. Just that punch alone gave Yang Yi a rough estimate of Xiao Xinwu's strength. Xiao Xinwu's strength was on par with that woman from Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. The sword domain. For overlapped swings, Xiao Xinwu was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. Presently, swinging his sword 4 times with the sword domain didn't take too much strength. Of course, the most important reason was because of the Eternal World crystals. Now that he had them, he could replenish any consumption of spirit energy. Xiao Xinwu glanced at his fist, and there was a very deep blood-red mark there. It was a mark from a sword. Xiao Xinwu glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. What a sword! Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Xiao Xinwu when he appeared again. Yang Yi's sword descended. For swings again. Xiao Xinwu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no disdain left in them as well. He clenched his right fist, and his profound energy surged madly before he slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Xiao Shunwu was blasted away again. Suddenly, two flying swords flashed. Flying swords! Hiss! Hiss! They intersected together as they passed. At this moment, Xiao Shunwu was already 3 kilometers away. However, there were 2 striking blood-red marks on both sides of his neck. It had been left there by those flying swords. Huang Ying glanced at Yang Yi, and he was quite shocked. Yang Yi kept surprising him, like the myriad world diagram and executor, and now these 2 flying swords. Xiao Shunwu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The younger generation really does surpass those who come before them." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shunwu suddenly soared up into the air, and then the space around him warped into a strange curve, and then he stretched out his right hand and pressed it down at Yang Yi from afar. The space where Yang Yi stood was pressed down, and a powerful wave of energy seemed to be on the verge of mincing Yang Yi into bits. It was so strong that even Yang Yi was quite shocked by it. It could be said that the energy wasn't any inferior to his 4 swings with the sword domain. It wasn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. Hiss! His sword pierced through space. Bang! The space in front of him suddenly collapsed and exploded apart, causing a wave of powerful force to ripple toward the surroundings. At the same time, Xiao Shunwu was blasted around 300 m away, and Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back too. They were equally matched. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a ray of light descended from above Xiao Shunwu. 5 swings with the sword domain. All 5 swings descended. Boom! The space in a huge area exploded apart and was obliterated until only deathly silence remained. As for Xiao Shunwu, had gone over 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped there, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and then his entire left arm fell off his shoulder. Xiao Shunwu shot an icy cold glance at Yang Yi, and then he turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi didn't pursue him. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't in very good condition himself. After all, 5 swings exhausted a very, very huge amount of his strength. Head had the upper hand in the battle, and he could be said to have won. But winning was one thing. Killing Xiao Shunwu was another thing. He could defeat Xiao Shunwu, but he couldn't kill him. Huang Ying glanced at Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm fine." Huang Ying nodded. "Then let's go. We're heading to Hell World first." Yang Yi gazed at him. "Hell World?" Huang Ying smiled. "We have to pass through Hell World. That's the only way to the desolate world." He hesitated for a moment and continued, "Are you really all right?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "Do you think I'm not?" Huang Ying grinned. "That's good to hear. If anything happens next, they'll deal with it." Yang Yi smiled, "Of course." Huang Ying nodded, and then he entered a teleportation formation. Yang Yi walked in after him. Not long after they entered the teleportation formation, a group of people arrived here. It was the group from Eternal Kingdom, and they were led by that woman. She gazed at the teleportation formation for a long time, and then she said, "Follow them, but don't attack." As soon as she gave the order, 3 of the armored experts by her side vanished on the spot. She glanced coldly at the teleportation formation and vanished into the distance. Once her group left, Huang Yi suddenly appeared on World Mountain. He shot a glance in the direction her group had left toward. Interesting. He gazed at the teleportation formation. Once he finished speaking, "Ninth brother? Oh, ninth brother. Let me see how you get back home. After all, the D-clan wants the sprite progenitor too. Let me see how you get through all of this." Once he finished speaking, he entered the teleportation formation with his group. After Huang Yi's group had left, a man in a luxurious robe appeared here. There was a middle-aged man behind him and a small pitch-black demon beast by his side. It was Huang Tianqing. Huang Tianqing glanced at the surroundings, and then some of the auras in the vicinity moved away. "Eldest Prince," Yigo suddenly said, "if Huang Ying is allowed to return." Huang Tianqing shook his head. "He won't be able to. Anyone who gets close to Yang Yi will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in the teleportation formation. The demon beast and Yigo hurried after him. Hell World. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he wasn't in the teleportation passageway anymore. At this moment, they were on a boundless mountain range, and a teleportation formation stood behind them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before them, and he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man, and it didn't take long for him to recall the man. When he came to Hell World with Wu and I that day, this middle-aged man had stepped forward to stop them. He was the guardian of the Hell World. The middle-aged man's gaze moved to Huang Ying, and the latter flicked a black command token over. There was a pitch-black character on it. The Desolate Race. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he flicked it back to Huang Ying. Huang Ying put it away and gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang, let's go. Yang Yi nodded. Wait. Suddenly, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. You don't seem to be from the Desolate Race. Yang Yi nodded. I'm not. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. If you're not, then please leave the Hell World. Yang Yi was about to speak when Huang Ying suddenly said, He's a friend of mine, and he's coming to Desolate World with me. The middle-aged man glanced at Huang Ying. The Hell World has its own rules. Rules? Huang Ying walked over to him. You're talking about rules to me? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the Hell World, not the Desolate World. And you're not the Desolate Race's crown prince? Huang Ying smiled. So you plan to interfere in the fight for the position of crown prince? The middle-aged man replied indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about. Huang Ying grinned, and then his smile suddenly became cold. Kill him. As soon as he gave the order, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He was about to defend himself when two black shadows flashed out from behind him, and then a terrifying aura and pressure surged out from the middle-aged man. Boom, boom. Two muffled explosions resounded, and the middle-aged man was blasted away. Meanwhile, another black ray of light shot up and slammed against him. Bang! The middle-aged man's body exploded apart, but his soul survived. However, another ray of black light shot up into the air at it. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted on his soul when he witnessed this. Suddenly, a speck of cold light slammed against the black light. Bang! Both of them exploded apart. Meanwhile, an old man appeared here. He glanced at Yang Yi and Huang Ying, and then he said, Ning Prince, forgive me for this disturbance. Huang Ying grinned. Are you apologizing? The old man spoke solemnly. Ninth Prince, can we let bygones be bygones? Huang Ying roared with laughter and shook his head. Hiss! Numerous rays of black light shot up into the air. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to do something when a few auras slammed down upon him. Just this short delay caused the middle-aged man's soul to be blasted into bits by the rays of black light. He was obliterated. The old man's face instantly turned gloomy from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Huang Ying grinned. He wanted to take sides. Unfortunately, he took the wrong side. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Brother Yang, let's go. Once he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the black shadows in the surroundings left. A short while later, they had soundlessly vanished from everyone's fields of vision. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and felt quite surprised. He hadn't sensed them before this. He hadn't sensed them at all. Yang Yi didn't think too much about it, and was about to leave with Huang Ying. However, something unexpected occurred. The space around him exploded apart, and then four pitch-black fists blasted out from within the spatial rifts. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and then he waved his sword in a sweeping motion. Hiss! The powerful force contained within the fists instantly blasted Yang Yi away, and as his figure flew through the air, a spear tore through space as it shot at him. Yang Yi swung his sword again. Bang! The spear was instantly slashed into two. However, a ray of cold light soundlessly appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around abruptly, and his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the person behind him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24-29, Big Brother Yang. am really hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Bang! A ray of light rippled out, and the figure before Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, the ray of cold light left a blood-red mark on his throat. It wasn't deep and had barely cut through his skin. Yang Yi recognized the person before him. It was someone had met in divine martial world. It was Senior Heaven, who'd been a subordinate of the woman, Elung. The old man had even fought in Nanjing that day. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the old man. Obviously, the power which stood behind that mysterious woman wanted Snowy too. The desire to kill surged in his eyes when he thought up to this point. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and the space in a huge area seemed like it had been struck by a sledgehammer and shook violently. As for Yang Yi himself, head vanished on the spot, and then a brilliant ray of sword energy shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated. Senior Heaven's expression changed drastically, and he pressed both his palms forward. A wave of powerful black light swept out like a wave and rippled forward incessantly, causing the space in the entire air to ripple as if it was boiling. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived. Hiss! It sliced through the black light as if it was slicing through tofu. An instant later, it slashed through the old man's body. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi sheathed his sword behind the old man, and the instant it entered the sheath, the old man's body was split open from the center and internal organs sprayed to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 4 mysterious figures who'd attacked him earlier had retreated a long time ago after Huang Ying's group had helped him keep them away. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying, and the latter spoke softly. "The D clan." Yang Yi was puzzled. "The D clan?" Huang Ying nodded. "It was the D clan who just attacked you. You may not be aware of them, but they were one of the 3 top clans in Eternal Kingdom. However, along with the war between my desolate race and Eternal Kingdom, the latter fell into chaos, and the other 2 clans joined forces to drive the D clan out at the critical moment of the battle against my desolate race." He grinned. "It's understandable that they want the sprite progenitor, and their attack was within my expectations." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Has the D clan and desolate race joined forces?" Huang Ying smiled. "Not really. We're just temporarily working together. The D clan has always desired to avenge themselves for what happened. As for the sprite progenitor, they naturally want it in their possession. After all, if they possessed the sprite progenitor, they would have a greater advantage over us when we work together. It's not just us. Even Eternal Kingdom wasn't it, because countless powers throughout Eternal Kingdom would only take their side once they have the sprite progenitor." "The sprite progenitor." Yang Yi shook his head. "Snowy. Oh, Snowy. You're like a delicious dish that everyone wants." As if Shed sensed Yang Ye's thoughts, Snowy suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder, and as soon as she appeared, countless divine senses in the surroundings surged over to her like a storm. They did it openly and without fear. Even if Yang Yi and Huang Ying were very strong, they ignored both of them when Snowy showed herself. Huang Ying shook his head and chuckled. "Brother Yang, it's best to make her stay inside. Once she shows herself, it's like a stimulant to everyone in the surroundings, and that isn't a good thing." Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and he rubbed her head and smiled. "Go play inside." Snowy blinked and waved her paws swiftly. A short while later, joy appeared on Yang Ye's face. "Really?" Snowy nodded repeatedly. Yang Yi smiled. "Very good. You did well." Snowy cracked a smile, hugged Yang Yi, and rubbed her head against him, and then she entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi grinned on the spot. "My awesome Snowy." Huang Ying walked over to Yang Ye's side and smiled. "Brother Yang, let's go." Yang Yi glanced at him. "How confident in you at being able to get back?" Huang Ying smiled. "To be honest, I'm not confident at all. However, it's our own effort that makes things happen, right? I want to try. If I succeed, they'll get everything. If I fail, they'll just die. What do you think, Brother Yang?" Yang Yi smiled. "Good luck." Huang Ying grinned, and they continued forward. However, they hadn't gone far before an old man in a black robe appeared before them. Huang Ying chuckled. "Just a short distance is so difficult to traverse." The old man cupped his fist at Huang Ying. "Ninth Prince, I have something to say. I wonder if you're willing to hear it." Huang Ying replied, "Go on." The old man said, "Everyone knows what you seek. But allow me to be honest. You are bringing death upon yourself by joining forces with Yang Yi. He has the sprite progenitor, and it's extremely close to him. So, any power that gets the sprite progenitor will kill him. It can be said that his fate is sealed." Yang Yi glanced at the old man and remained silent. Obviously, these powers wanted to kill him and take Snowy, but they were afraid of Huang Ying. After all, Huang Ying had a colossus like the desolate race standing behind him. Huang Ying smiled, "Go on." The old man spoke solemnly, "Ninth Prince, Yang Yi is a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. So, working with him is no different than creating a conflict of interest for yourself. Ninth Prince, there are countless powers targeting him now, and it can be said that danger is all around you. The slightest mistake may result in eternal damnation." Huang Ying smiled. "There's a large power in Hell World, the Hell Sect. You're probably from there, right? However, you're only at the four-world realm, and you aren't even at the peak of it. So, you're probably just an elder or vice master, right?" The old man glanced at him and remained silent. Huang Ying added, "After listening to you for so long, allow me to say a few words. The Hell Sect isn't qualified to interfere in my business." The old man gazed at Huang Ying for a long time and said, "Then good luck." The old man turned around and left. Once the old man left, specks of starlight suddenly appeared throughout the sky above the mountain range. It was like a huge net had covered the mountain range, and the ground was trembling. After that, countless threads of golden light appeared on the ground. Besides that, golden circles of light suddenly appeared in the mountains throughout the surroundings. The circles of light were around 300 m wide, and every one of them was linked by a beam of light. A formation, a huge formation. The formation covered the space throughout the area. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi and smiled, "Brother Yang, looks like we won't be able to leave safely." Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "Then let's kill." Yang Yi understood the situation well. He was in a terrible one. Every power would never let him live, so there was only a single solution for him: kill. If he had many enemies, he just had to kill until there were none left. That was how Yang Yi thought. Huang Ying shot a glance at the sky and said, "Then let's rest for a while." Yang Yi gazed at him. "Rest?" Huang Ying smiled. "This formation is here to trap us. If I'm not wrong, they've probably come to some sort of agreement, and they are gathering experts. Besides that, my brothers are probably gathering their forces too." Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying. "Then why are you still thinking about resting?" Huang Ying said, "If we break out of the formation now, it'll be exactly what they want. This formation has no problem trapped around 10-4 World Realm experts. Even if we're able to break through it, it'll exhaust a huge amount of our strength. So, isn't it better to rest and wait for them to do the work for us when they attack?" Yang Yi shrugged. "Do as you want." Yang Yi sat cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, powerful auras were rippling incessantly in the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, and it caused the entire Sword Sect to tremble. Yang Yi hurried over there to Oxy's territory, and Snowy appeared before him. She pointed to the right where Oxy was. Yang Yi looked along that direction, and he saw Oxy seated there while waves of powerful aura and pressure ceaselessly rippled out of Oxy. Oxy was advancing. Snowy waved her paws swiftly while excitement covered her face. It wasn't just Oxy, the others were advancing too. Obviously, it was the chaotic fruit's work. A short while later, Oxy suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A powerful aura surged up from him. The three-world realm. At this moment, Oxy had attained the three-world realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of it. It could be said that Oxy could even fight a four-world realm expert, while he held the primordial axe of creation. Oxy wasn't the only one. The primal vicious tiger, primal true dragon, and martial Qilin were at the peak of the three-world realm too. All of them had gained a huge improvement in their cultivation. This gave Yang Yi a new understanding of the chaotic fruits which Snowy had been growing. Heaven-defying. They were truly heaven-defying. They were absolute divine treasures. Suddenly, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and vanished on the spot with Snowy. It didn't take long for them to arrive in Aria's hall. They were just about to head inside when a powerful wave of pressure rippled out from within. Bang! Both of them were blasted over 300 m away. Yang Yi was shocked, and he wondered what the heck she was doing. Snowy blinked while bewilderment filled her eyes. Just like that, a long time passed before the hall exploded apart, and it vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a voice came from afar. "Big Brother Yang, I'm really hungry." Once she finished speaking, she appeared in front of Yang Yi with crimson-red eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed Yang Yi's thigh and bit it. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24:30. I really want to eat you. Snowy and Yang Yi were stunned. What the heck is she doing? Suddenly, Yang Yi felt sharp pain come from his thigh, and he was about to kick her off, but he was afraid of harming her and hurriedly stopped himself. Meanwhile, Snowy hugged Aria's hand and used all her strength to pull Aria away. Aria glanced at Snowy, and she was stunned upon seeing Snowy. It didn't take long for the crimson red in her eyes to gradually dim down, and then she released Yang Yi's thigh and squatted at the side. There were 2 rows of deep teeth marks on Yang Yi's thigh. If Shed used just a little more force, that piece of his flesh would have probably been bitten off. Yang Yi circulated his primordial violet energy to heal the injury, yet he noticed to his shock that the primordial violet energy couldn't heal it at all. In the end, he only succeeded upon using the eternal energy. Big Brother Yang. Meanwhile, Aria walked over to him and spoke while keeping her head down. Sorry? Yang Yi shook his head slightly and rubbed her head, but he just happened to rub her little horns. Aria suddenly looked up at him and just gazed at him. Yang Yi asked softly, "What is it?" She gazed at him for a long time and said, "It's nothing." Yang Yi squatted down and asked, "Aria, what happened?" She cracked a smile. "I think I attained the 4-world realm." The 4-world realm. Yang Yi sized up Aria. Sure enough, she was at the 4-world realm. Yang Yi was delighted. Aria's combat strength was extremely powerful, so now that she was at the 4-world realm, she was absolutely not an existence that ordinary 4-world realm experts could resist. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "Why did you bite me?" She blinked and answered, "I'm very hungry." Meanwhile, Snowy hurriedly passed a tonghulu to her, but she shook her head. "That won't fill my stomach." Snowy was stunned. Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Aria, you seemed very unusual earlier. Even if you were hungry in the past, you would never bite me. But you didn't seem like the Aria I knew just now." Aria lowered her head. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Aria, what's going on?" She shook her head. "I don't know either. I just felt very hungry, and I wanted to eat anything I saw. Especially you. Your flesh is very fragrant. I really want to eat you." She glanced timidly at Yang Yi and continued, "Big Brother Yang, you won't beat me, right?" Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously. "Aria, I don't know what you are, but you must promise me that you can't harm anyone else in this pagoda. We are all your friends, right?" Aria nodded and replied seriously, "I won't harm all of you. I never will." Yang Yi grinned. "Good. As for being hungry, don't worry, many will be here to kill us soon. At that time, you can eat anyone you like." Aria's eyes lit up. "Really?" Yang Yi smiled. "Of course." She blinked. "Big Brother Yang, but it'll be eating people." Yang Yi smiled. "Some people must never be eaten, even if you're hungry, but some should be eaten." She cracked a smile. "I understand now." Yang Yi nodded, and then he left the pagoda with Snowy. Outside the primordial pagoda, Huang Ying glanced at Snowy, who was on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy blinked at Huang Ying, and then she waved her paw. Obviously, she was greeting him. As far as she was concerned, Huang Ying wasn't an enemy since he was with Yang Yi. Huang Ying was stunned by this, and he wondered if the sprite progenitor was greeting him. A moment later, he recovered from his shock and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. The sprite progenitor wasn't like what had imagined. Huang Ying restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yang Yi, and then he laughed bitterly. "Brother Yang, They'll all go mad if you let her come outside. Yang Yi said, I think we should seize the initiative. Huang Ying asked, You have an idea? Yang Yi smiled and gazed at Snowy, and the latter nodded. She glanced at the surroundings, and then she sniffed lightly. Hiss. In an instant, the mysterious energy throughout the surroundings trembled, and then the energy and spirit energy in the surroundings surged toward Snowy. Moreover, the mountains in the surroundings started trembling, and then the spirit energy within them surged to Snowy as well. Extracting spirit energy. Huang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as Head recalled something. All those years ago during the war between the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom, the Desolate Race had countless formidable formations too. However, they were useless once the Sprite Progenitor joined the battle. All formations in the world required spirit energy to be maintained and used, and they were utterly useless without spirit energy. While the Sprite Progenitor didn't know formations well, she knew spirit energy well. She could extract the spirit energy in the formations, and they would be useless without that spirit energy. As for Snowy, while she hadn't truly become a Sprite Progenitor yet, she had the ability to extract spirit energy. Just like that, Yang Yi and the others watched as countless torrents of spirit energy were devoured by Snowy, and the formation soundlessly vanished. Snowy burped and smiled brilliantly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head. Go inside and get some rest. Snowy nodded. She rubbed her head against Yang Yi's head, and then she returned to the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying. Brother Ying, let's go. Huang Ying nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Brother Yang, we can't. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a young man walking slowly in their direction. It was Huang Yi. There were 6 other figures behind Huang Yi, and these included the initial emperor, Beichuan Xiu, Han Yuan Ting, and Luoli Ming. All of them were 4-world realm experts now. It was normal because they were extraordinary geniuses, and they had been extremely strong before this. Now that they had access to Huang Yi's resources, it was absolutely easy for them to attain the 4-world realm. Besides them, there were 2 other middle-aged men at the 4-world realm. 7 4-world realm experts. Huang Yi walked over to them and grinned. Ninth brother, long time no see. Huang Ying grinned. Where's my eldest brother? If I'm not wrong, he should be here too, right? Huang Yi glanced to the right. Isn't he just over there? Huang Ying looked over, and a man walked over slowly from there. It was Huang Tianqing. Yi Go was following behind Huang Tianqing. The small black demon beast was not too far away from Huang Tianqing's right. At this moment, it was glaring at Yang Yi with undisguised killing intent and viciousness. Obviously, it still remembered Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at it and just ignored it. The small black demon beast was exasperated from being ignored by Yang Yi, and it bared its fangs at him. However, it seemed to fear something and didn't dare to charge at Yang Yi. Huang Ying glanced at Huang Tianqing, and Yang Yi noticed that there was a wisp of solemnness in Huang Ying's eyes. Meanwhile, Huang Yi suddenly said, Ninth brother, eldest brother, and I never expected you to dare to make this play. Making friends with Yang Yi doesn't just allow you to make friends with an extraordinary expert. You'll gain the help of a Sprite Progenitor. But don't you think that's a little too much wishful thinking? Huang Ying replied indifferently, I'm just giving it a shot. Huang Yi grinned. Right? We can't let the stalemate continue, and we should decide on a winner. Come on, let me and eldest brother see the trump cards you've gathered over the years. After all, you would definitely not dare to do this without an amazing trump card, right? Huang Ying grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang, I'll leave my eldest brother to you. All right? Yang Yi glanced at Huang Tianqing and remained silent. His intuition told him that the serious man before him wasn't easy to deal with, or he should be described as a ruthless person. Huang Ying added, Brother Yang, if you can suppress my eldest brother, then we'll be able to get through this tribulation. Yang Yi still remained silent. Huang Ying laughed bitterly. Brother Yang, deal with him and he'll owe you a favor, all right? I'm not an ungrateful person, so we'll never forget this favor I owe you. Yang Yi smiled. I don't understand something. You seem like you don't want to face him? Huang Ying nodded, indeed, but not because of fear. Yang Yi asked, then why? Huang Ying laughed bitterly. Because he's my actual elder brother. We have the same mother. If I killed him, my mother would never forgive me, and it'll be the same if he kills me. Same mothers. Yang Yi nodded. I see. He gazed at Huang Tianqing. Leave him to me. You deal with the rest, all right? Huang Ying cupped his fist at Yang Yi. Thank you. Huang Ying gazed at Huang Yi. Brother Huang Yi. It's time we put an end to the enmity between us. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Soldiers are raised for battle. Show yourselves. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, numerous black shadows soundlessly appeared in the surroundings. After that, they charged at Huang Yi's group. All of them were four-world realm experts. Huang Ying gazed at Huang Yi and grinned. Brother Huang Yi, you possess one of the 10 great physiques, but I still don't know which one it is. So, show it to me today. Let me see how formidable one of the 10 great physiques is. Huang Ying vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. An instant later, an extremely powerful aura and pressure swept toward Huang Yi. The peak of the four-world realm. It was the aura of a true peak four-world realm expert, and space was torn apart before it. Huang Yi chuckled, then I shall. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and shot forward. The pressure and aura he emanated wasn't any weaker to Huang Ying. Meanwhile, an aura locked onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up, and it was the small black demon beast by Huang Tianxing's side. Yang Yi stretched out a finger and gestured at it. The demon beast's eyes almost split open with rage, and it charged at Yang Yi. It grew larger and larger as it charged at him, and its aura grew increasingly stronger as well. When it arrived just a few meters away from Yang Yi, it had grown around 10 times larger. The peak of the four-world realm. The demon beast opened its mouth and attempted to bite Yang Yi. Its mouth was huge, and its fangs were really long. Suddenly, Arya appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she started smiling as she gazed at it. She smiled so happily and so sincerely. It made a chill run down Yang Yi's spine. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24, 31 Madness Intent. Chapter 24, 31 Madness Intent. The demon beast's expression changed drastically when it saw Arya, and it was horrified. It was naturally afraid of Arya. If it hadn't been for Huang Tianqing, it would have been beaten up to death that day. Now that it saw Arya again, it was naturally terrified. However, it had no way out right now. Moreover, it was innately vicious. So, not that it was driven into a corner, it chose to risk everything and fight her to the death. The vicious aura around it grew even stronger. Suddenly, Arya leaped over to the demon beast and slammed her fist at it. Her fist was very small, but the strength within it was huge. Boom! Arya's fist slammed against its head. The demon beast's head cracked open and blood sprayed from it. Moreover, its entire body cracked open and started bleeding as well. Bang! The demon beast was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as it stopped itself, Arya appeared in front of it again. Huang Tianqing frowned slightly and vanished on the spot. However, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The ray of sword energy tore open everything before it, and then an explosion resounded and Huang Tianqing was back to where it had been a while ago. He glanced to the right, and Yang Yi was sheathing his sword there. Meanwhile, shrill cries resounded from the other side. Huang Tianqing looked over, and he saw the black demon beast lying on the ground. Arya was on top of it, while her fists rained down upon it. Every single punch caused a shrill and miserable cry to resound from it. Because every punch caused blood to spray from it. Every single one caused damage. Huang Tianqing stared at Arya. This time, he was quite curious about her identity. He could sense that Arya and the demon beast were both at the four-world realm, but while they were in the same realm of cultivation, the demon beast was practically incapable of fighting back against her. Bloodline suppression. True suppression of the bloodline. The black demon beast was utterly incapable of fighting back before it. Huang Tianqing was shocked. The demon beast's bloodline wasn't weak at all, and it should be described as quite superior. But that little girl had been able to suppress it with such ease. So, what was she? Bang! Suddenly, a miserable howl came from there. At this moment, it had been beaten up so badly it had returned to its original form. Arya held its head in one hand and dragged it over to Yang Yi. She glanced at Yang Yi and cracked a smile. "Big brother Yang, it's mine now." Yang Yi nodded. Once she received his approval, Arya chuckled and then gazed at the black demon beast. Terror filled its eyes when it saw Arya's gaze, and it started to shudder. It shot a pleading gaze at Huang Tianqing. Suddenly, Arya stomped down on its stomach, causing it to howl miserably, and then she opened her mouth. The black demon beast's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and its body started trembling even more violently. It was howling madly. It was begging for mercy. At this moment, it was visibly begging. It was truly afraid. However, Arya didn't show any mercy and bit down. The demon beast howled with misery. It was being eaten alive. Everyone watched as she ate it alive. She had really eaten it alive. Yang Yi remained silent as he watched this. Was it cruel? If considered from the perspective of a human, it was. However, if it was considered from the perspective of a demon beast, it wasn't cruel at all. Actually, it wasn't really cruel, even for humans. That's how society worked. Especially for demon beasts. The strong lived and the weak perished. It was nothing rare or new. It didn't take long for Arya to consume the entire demon beast, and a short while passed before she licked her lips while seeming to still be unsatisfied. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Are you full now?" She shook her head. "No, but I'm not that hungry anymore. Besides that, its meat wasn't that tasty, not as tasty as that dragon." Yang Yi's face stiffened. "You've tasted that dragon?" Arya blinked. "No, but it smells pretty good. Right, big brother Yang. You should taste the best. Your flesh is really fragrant, extremely even. I want to eat you the most." Yang Yi's face darkened. He hadn't expected her to actually be thinking about eating him. Meanwhile, Arya said, "Unfortunately, I can't eat you. Otherwise, it would be so." She licked her lips as she spoke. Yang Yi knocked Arya's head lightly. "All you know is to let your thoughts run wild. They'll smack you, but if you think about eating me again." But Arya showed Yang Yi her tongue and quickly moved behind him. She was quite respectful when it came to Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head and looked into the distance. Huang Ying and the others were still in battle. Needless to say, Huang Ying and Huang Ye's strengths were quite shocking to Yang Yi. They were very strong, not any weaker than Xiao Xinwu and that woman from the Eternal Kingdom. Or it should be said, they weren't weaker than Yang Yi. If he were to fight any of them, he didn't have any confidence in being able to win. It would be a 50-50 chance at most. True geniuses. The desolate race wasn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and looked at Huang Tianqing. The latter glanced at Huang Ying and Huang Yi, and then he said, "My ninth brother is very ambitious and very brave." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You're worth becoming friends with. Unfortunately, you have the sprite progenitor with you, and it makes others dare not get close to you." The sprite progenitor. Yang Yi had the sprite progenitor, so it meant that the gazes of countless were focused on him. Anyone who was with Yang Yi would have to face those people too. Huang Yi didn't dare to do that, and neither did Huang Tianqing. But Huang Ying did it. Now, everyone who wanted the sprite progenitor was an enemy of Huang Ying and Yang Yes. Yang Yi walked towards Huang Tianqing while holding his sword in hand. "Just cut the crap and attack." Huang Tianqing nodded, and then he stretched out his hand. A spear immediately appeared in his grasp, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi before a speck of cold light stabbed at Yang Yi's forehead. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It stabbed straight for Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's sword suddenly left its sheath. Hiss! Bang! Huang Tianqing was blasted over 300 m away with his spear. However, Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back as well. As soon as they stopped themselves, Huang Tianxing's spear cracked into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a swift stride forward, and he covered the distance with a single step. After that, a ray of sword energy slashed down from above Huang Tianqing. 5 swings with the sword domain. 5. Yang Yi had used his full strength as soon as the battle began. He was very well aware that Huang Tianqing wasn't ordinary at all, and he would be wasting time if he didn't use his full strength. As soon as Yang Yi swung those 5 attacks, Huang Tianxing's pupils constricted. He sensed danger from this attack. He didn't dare to conceal his strength. He bent his knees slightly, pressed his palms together, and then pushed them upward. Bang! In an instant, a wave of powerful energy rippled out like an erupting volcano. The entire world trembled before it. The strength it contained wasn't any weaker to Yang Yi's attack. They split apart upon coming into contact. Bang! The ground below Huang Tianxing's feet instantly collapsed while he was blasted against a wall over 3 kilometers away. The mountain was instantly obliterated, and countless other mountains behind it collapsed instantaneously as well. Yang Yi wasn't any better. He was pushed backward repeatedly and only stopped after being pushed over 3 kilometers back. As soon as his figure stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. That attack had carried both their full strengths, and it could be considered a head-on collision. So, it was extremely harmful to both of them. Arya gazed at Huang Tianqing and was about to attack, but Yang Yi stopped her. She couldn't join the battle because Huang Tianqing hadn't used his trump cards yet, and there were many others in the surroundings. If she joined the battle, it was very likely that he would be besieged by them all. After all, Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi weren't the only ones who wanted him dead. This was the Hell World, and besides the Hell World, there was Eternal Border and Eternal Kingdom too. All of them were targeting him at all times. Huang Tianqing walked out from the rubble. At this moment, he was in a much more terrible state than before. His entire body was covered in blood, and his palms had vanished. Yang Yi's attack had sliced them both off just now. Yang Yi's sword could even destroy divine treasures. Huang Tianqing coughed lightly and walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Every step he took made space tremble before him. Yang Yi watched as Huang Tianxing's figure grew larger and larger, and his aura grew increasingly stronger as well. "Brother Yang, be careful." Meanwhile, Huang Ying's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "It's my desolate clan's bloodline. It allows the members of my desolate clan to receive a huge increase in strength. My eldest brother has awakened 80% of his bloodline, so he's practically invincible within the Limit Breaker realm. Be careful." Practically invincible within the Limit Breaker realm. Yang Yi looked up at Huang Tianqing, and a fish suddenly descended at him. Yang Yi swung his sword immediately. Boom! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, another fist slammed down at his head. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He didn't dare act carelessly and swung his sword with both hands. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away again. At this moment, Huang Tianxing's figure was more than 2 times larger. He took a deep breath in midair and slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, the sky trembled and cracked open. Huang Tianqing opened his eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. How weak! As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and a ferocious smile curled up on his lips. Bang! Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy surged out from within Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi's body started to tremble. Madness intent. Madness. Chapter 24:32 Bloodline. Mad Demon Bloodline. Chapter 24:32 Bloodline. Mad Demon Bloodline. Yang Yi finally stopped holding back when facing Huang Tianqing with his activated bloodline. Madness intent. As soon as the madness intent appeared, Yang Yi's body started to twitch and tremble. Meanwhile, Huang Tianqing was in front of him. Yang Yi raised his sword with both hands and swung it. Hiss! It seemed to be capable of splitting the world. Boom! Huang Tianqing was blasted around 30 kilometers away before finally stopping himself. As soon as he stopped there, Yang Yi appeared in front of him again, and then Yang Yi's sword descended. Huang Tianqing was shocked and crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! The surroundings shook. Huang Tianqing was blasted away again. While his figure had been blasted away, Head left his arms behind. Head lost both his arms from a single attack. Arya licked her Tonghulu and couldn't help but take a step back. Madness. She usually wasn't that afraid of Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was very reasonable at most times. However, once he released the madness intent and went mad, she was very, very afraid of him. She'd seen him in this state while they'd been in Eternal Village. He wanted to kill everyone, and he dared to attack everyone too. Meanwhile, a ray of red light suddenly surged, and then Huang Tianqing was blasted away again. Huang Tianxing's body exploded apart as he flew. 2 attacks. One took his hands, and the other his body. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again, and Huang Tianxing's pupils constricted. Only his soul was left now, so he couldn't take that attack. Huang Tianqing swiftly formed a strange seal with both hands. In an instant, the space before him cracked open, and then a powerful aura rippled out from within. It was far beyond the aura of a 4-world realm expert. It blasted Yang Yi back to where he'd been a moment ago. Haha. Meanwhile, Huang Ying roared with laughter. Eldest brother. Oh, my eldest brother. I didn't expect you to still be forced to use that life-saving talisman in the end. Haha. As soon as Huang Ying finished speaking, a beam of blue light enveloped Huang Tianqing, and then he vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, he glanced coldly at Yang Yi. They'll be waiting for you in the desolate world. Yang Yi was about to attack, but Huang Tianqing had vanished. Now that Huang Tianqing was gone, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Yi Go, and then a ray of light shot over. Yi Go's expression changed drastically. In an instant, countless afterimages shot at Yang Yi, but they were obliterated as soon as they came into contact with Yang Yi's sword energy. A moment later, a figure was blasted away. It was Yi Go, and his body had been blasted apart. At the critical moment, Yi Go abandoned his body and fled with his soul. He was so fast that it took him just an instant to vanish into the distant sky. Yang Yi didn't give chase. He just charged at Huang Yi's group. The latter noticed Yang Yi's actions as he fought Huang Ying, and his expression changed drastically. He abandoned Huang Ying and moved over 10 kilometers away. Hiss. Suddenly, a head flew into the air. It was an expert from Eternal Border. He hadn't been able to retreat in time and had lost his head. A 4-world realm expert had lost his head from a single swing of the sword. Huang Yi and the others' expressions turned quite unsightly, and they wondered how he suddenly became so strong. Did he take some kind of pills? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and Huang Yi's pupils constricted. He bent forward and raised his palms before pressing them down. Space instantly solidified before him. Meanwhile, a sword stabbed against that expanse of space. Bang! The solid space there exploded apart, and then a sword shot straight at Huang Yi's forehead. Right when it was about to arrive at his forehead, Huang Ying clamped down on it with both hands. The sword couldn't move another inch forward. Yang Yi suddenly twisted the sword. Huang Yi's expression changed drastically. Hiss! The sword shot forward. However, Huang Yi's figure had vanished on the spot. Yang Yi grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it. Hiss! The space in front of him was sliced open like a rag. Huang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, and then a golden seal appeared in front of him. He formed a seal with both hands, and then the seal shook before a wave of powerful golden light surged out from it. The golden light instantly pushed Yang Yi back, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to charge at Huang Yi again. Huang Yi was about to use the golden seal again, but a black seal suddenly appeared above him. The seal of suppression. Yang Yi was mad, but he wasn't stupid. At the very least, he still had his combat instinct. Huang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw the seal above him. Suppression of the cultivation. Huang Yi's cultivation was instantly suppressed to the 3-world realm. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword had arrived. Bang! Huang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and his body instantly exploded apart once he stopped himself. The initial emperor and the others took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi when they saw only Huang Yi's soul remained, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yi was simply too strong right now. Huang Yi glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, "Retreat." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The initial emperor and the others vanished into the distance. They'd fled. They had chosen to avoid him for now. Brother Yang. Suddenly, Huang Ying appeared in front of Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi swung his sword with both hands. Huang Ying's expression changed drastically. He waved his right hand, and a wave of powerful energy rippled out. Bang! Huang Ying was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi's sword arrived before him as soon as he stopped himself. Huang Ying's expression changed drastically. He was about to counterattack when a spear stopped Yang Yi's sword. It was a Nanjing. Snowy was on her shoulder, and Snowy was looking at Yang Yi with worry on her face. Yang Yi was about to swing his sword again, but it stopped upon descending a few dozen centimeters. A short while later, Yang Yi slowly released his sword, and his eyes gradually regained their clarity. The madness intent around him surged back into his body. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to normal, and Nanjing nodded slightly when she saw Yang Yi return to normal, and then she returned to the primordial pagoda. Snowy hugged Yang Yi's neck and kept rubbing her head against his face. She was quite afraid of Yang Yi in that state. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "I'm fine now." Snowy just hugged him and kept rubbing his face. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Actually, this was a good conclusion to the battle. Head used the madness intent because a Nanjing was within him now. He wouldn't lose himself completely while she was here. And Nanjing and Snowy could help him regain his consciousness. It was because he would never harm them. Even if he harmed himself, he would never harm them. Meanwhile, Huang Ying went over to Yang Yi and laughed bitterly. "Brother Yang, you almost killed me." Yang Yi glanced at him and smiled. "Of course not. I'm lucky you didn't injure me instead." Among Huang Ying, Huang Yi, and Huang Tianqing, he feared Huang Ying the most. It was a feeling, and his intuition was usually very accurate. Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. "To be honest, I was really surprised by your strength, especially when you entered that state. Even I'm not confident in being able to resist a few swings of your sword. You're truly amazing." Yang Yi said, "Let's not dwell on that. Brother Ying, can we return to the desolate world now?" Huang Ying smiled. "It's only the beginning now." "Only the beginning?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Huang Ying smiled. "Brother Yang, my brothers aren't dead, and those old fellows who support them haven't shown themselves yet. Those old geezers are the most difficult to deal with. Besides that, there's the D clan too. I heard a clan in Eternal Border is going to be united with the D clan in marriage. If that is successful, it'll be troublesome too. There's also the Hell sect here in Hell World. They aren't ordinary either." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Isn't the desolate race very powerful?" Huang Ying grinned. "Brother Yang, it's because I'm not the crown prince. If I were the crown prince, they wouldn't dare to target me. Unfortunately, I'm not." Yang Yi replied indifferently. "I think I found a huge amount of trouble for myself." Huang Ying laughed bitterly. "I'm sorry for dragging you down with me." Yang Yi shook his head. "Not at all. We're dragging each other down right now." Huang Ying roared with laughter. "Brother Yang, you're really direct. I'm sure that battle exhausted a lot of your strength, so rest for now." "I have to wait for someone anyway." Yang Yi asked. "You're waiting for someone?" Huang Ying nodded. "It's someone who'll be helping us. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the desolate world if I don't get more people to help this time." Yang Yi nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and consumed a world crystal. After that, he sent his mind into the primordial pagoda. Snowy and Arya went in with him. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started madly absorbing the primordial violet energy here. Those battles, and especially using the madness intent, had given him deep comprehensions. Besides that, Head made a huge discovery, and the reason he was so strong while using the madness intent may be due to his bloodline. His bloodline. The Mad Demon bloodline. Chapter 24:33 Big Brother Yang. I'm hungry again. Chapter 24:33 Big Brother Yang. I'm hungry again. This battle had allowed Yang Yi to truly sense how powerful his bloodline was. His madness intent was strong mainly because of his bloodline. The boost from his bloodline made his madness intent strength grow tremendously, and it could be said that his bloodline was the core of it. Bloodline. He didn't know much about the power of bloodlines. The Yang clan had the Mad Demon bloodline, and he knew that. However, due to the madness that came with it, his father's generation had modified the bloodline. They'd modified it, not reversed it. So, when he thought up to this point, he recalled what the middle-aged man with the spear had told him at the bottom of the abyss world. All people and demons had their own bloodlines, and those bloodlines were influenced by their ancestors. Ancestral bloodline represented the oldest in their Yang clan's ancestry. Simply speaking, he hadn't been able to truly reverse his bloodline because an ancestor in the history of the Yang clan was stronger than him. If he could reverse that ancestor's bloodline, then his bloodline would become the ancestral bloodline of the Yang clan. The Yang clan's ancestor. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel quite curious. He wondered about the Yang clan possessing an even stronger ancestor. Moreover, he wondered if that ancestor was still alive. Regardless of whether that ancestor was dead or alive, he had no doubt that ancestor was much stronger than him. Because while he was gradually reversing his bloodline, he hadn't truly succeeded. Only when he truly succeeded would he have truly surpassed that ancestor of the Yang clan. A short while later, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Yang clan's ancestors. As far as he was concerned, he should focus on how to use the Mad Demon bloodline and madness intent better. Yang Yi thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure anything out. It was a problem without a solution. Madness. Regardless of whether it was the Mad Demon bloodline or madness intent, they both revolved around madness. Only by entering a state of madness would his strength rise to its limits, and if he maintained clarity of the mind, his strength wouldn't increase much. So, in short, the more insane he was, the more terrifying his bloodline would be. It was good and bad. However, he was helpless toward it until he truly reversed his bloodline. Because this was the property of the Mad Demon bloodline. It could only be said that Yang Yi's ancestor was a madman, because only a madman could produce such a bloodline. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started regulating his breathing and recalling the battles Head just encountered. Head noticed many flaws in himself during the battles, especially his utilization of divine treasures. He wasn't able to fully utilize them well. If he could, then he would have had a very good chance to kill Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi. In the primordial pagoda, a Nanjing was practicing with her spear on the ascension platform, and she kept swinging it. It was a strike that carried belief. The stronger the belief, the stronger it would be. Of course, and Nanjing wasn't just practicing with her spear. She was practicing practically everything. Unlike the sword Dao, the martial Dao encompassed too many things. It could be said that Nanjing was one of his trump cards too. If she joined the battle at the critical moment, she would definitely be able to take his enemies by surprise and give them a pleasant surprise indeed. Beneath the sword sect, Sword Scroll sat cross-legged at the center of the formation with 100,000 swords. Every time she waved her hand, the sword formation would circulate rapidly. The sword formation. She was rebuilding it. Sword Scroll had been studying the sword formation throughout this time, or it should be described as strengthening it. The Northern Sword Sect's sword formation was naturally unable to compare to the sect she'd been part of in Eternal Kingdom. So, during this time, she'd been using her time to ceaselessly improve the sword formation. She was quite confident about it, because if she needed spirit energy, she had Snowy and the Primordial Pagoda. So long as she had their help, the sword formation would have an endless supply of spirit energy. As for the core of the formation, she had Executor, the Sword Precursor, and Sword Supreme. It could be said that she had everything she needed, especially Executor. If she used it as the formation's core, its might would grow even more terrifying. Meanwhile, at the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, the two chaotic fruit trees deep within the forest were around 6 ms tall now. There were 7 tiny fruits on them too. Chaotic fruits. Spirit energy fluctuated from time to time at the top of the trees. They were excited and overjoyed. It turned out that a little fellow was prancing over to them from afar. Snowy arrived before them, and they trembled even more violently in response. Snowy had given them life and a consciousness, but their lives and consciousness weren't whole yet. It could be said that if Snowy stopped helping them, then it would take no more than 3 days for them to wither and vanish. This world couldn't keep them alive. The conditions for these trees to grow were very, very harsh. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the verge of extinction. It could be said that if they wanted to grow, they had to rely on Snowy. Only this little sprite progenitor, who possessed countless treasures, could do it. Snowy leaped over to them and grinned as she gazed at them. She really loved these fruits, while Oxy and the others loved them more. Oxy and the others could be said to possess extraordinary karmic luck. Ordinary demons would consider obtaining just one of these fruits as a huge fortuitous encounter, but the demon beast with Snowy may be able to have these fruits as snacks in the future. It didn't take long for Snowy to sense something, and she gazed at the trees. She blinked, and then touched them. The trees shook ever more violently in response. Snowy waved her paws. Obviously, she was communicating with them. Unfortunately, their consciousness and intelligence weren't whole. So, they could only rely on their own natural response. Just constant trembling made things so difficult for Snowy because she couldn't figure out what they meant. Just like that, Snowy tried communicating with them for a very, very long time. In the end, Snowy blew countless strands of spirit energy into them, and they started trembling even more violently. Snowy finally understood what they wanted. Snowy continued providing them spirit energy for a while, and then she placed 2 eternal world crystals below the trees. World energy surged incessantly from the crystals into the trees. Moreover, she made the primordial pagoda send primordial violet energy to the trees too. At this moment, the trees were beyond overjoyed. A long time passed before the trees gradually calmed down, and then Snowy patted her paws together and pranced off into the distance. It didn't take long for her to arrive in the cultivation room, and then she waved her paw. All Yang divine treasures appeared before her. Sprite Ascension. Now, she would gather all these treasures whenever she was free and help them with Sprite Ascension. These divine treasures were still quite a distance away from becoming super divine treasures. However, if she could close the gap, then once they had a fortuitous encounter, they would be able to enter the ranks of super divine treasures. That was the most terrifying aspect of Snowy. She could boundlessly close the gap between divine treasures and super divine treasures. It could be said that with Snowy there to nurture them, they had a very good chance to become super divine treasures. Moreover, as she kept helping them grow, the relationship between Snowy and the divine treasures and demons, simply speaking, if anyone dared to touch Snowy, that person would be incurring public wrath. Meanwhile, in a hall, a woman in a violet dress was seated cross-legged there, and countless rays of violet light circled around her. Zir. After she consumed the chaotic fruit, Zir could be said to have changed the most. Her bloodline was inferior to the primal true dragon, but this was indirectly beneficial to her, because it was much easier for her to reverse her bloodline. Of course, it was due to the chaotic fruit's help too. If she didn't have them, Zir would never be able to compete with the primal true dragon. In the hall, Zir sat cross-legged on the ground while the blood vessels beneath her skin were trembling. They seemed to be undergoing some sort of transformation. A long time passed before Zir opened her eyes and looked into the distance, and then her gaze gradually seemed to lose focus. Profounder continent. She recalled everything from her past. The moment she met Yang Yi, and everything that happened along their journey. The grin of her face gradually widened. Yang Yi was still the same Yang Yi she knew all those years ago. A long time passed before she closed her eyes slowly, and then a ray of violet light rippled out of her. An instant later, her aura started to grow increasingly stronger. Yang Yi and Snowy appeared in the hall. He gazed at Zir just like that with a gentleness in his eyes. How could he have possibly forgotten her? Even if he didn't say it out loud, it didn't mean he didn't love her. Some people were impossible to forget once they were imprinted into the heart. Yang Yi and Snowy just gazed at Zir, and a long time passed before Yang Yi grinned and left with Snowy. At another hall, a little girl squatted on the ground while licking a tonghulu. She was Arya, of course. Arya gazed at the entrance to the hall and licked the tonghulu slowly. Her ears had grown a little longer, and her eyes flickered scarlet red. It was extremely strange. A short while passed before she suddenly stood up and glanced at her left hand. The tip of her fingers were sharp. She had grown around inch-long nails. While they looked like nails, they were actually closer to claws. She waved her left hand lightly. Hiss. In an instant, space was sliced open like paper before her hands, and that torn open space had been completely obliterated. It was just rifts of nothingness. Those parts of space had vanished forever. Arya blinked as she gazed at her left hand, and she spoke softly. Are they really that powerful? She seemed to have thought of something at this point, and she shouted while facing the door, Big Brother Yang, I'm hungry again. I want to eat someone. Chapter 24:34 All it takes is one swing of the sword. Chapter 24:34 All it takes is one swing of the sword. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard Arya, and then he hurriedly took Snowy and left the pagoda. He was quite afraid of her. When she was hungry, she wanted to eat people. But where would he find people for her to eat? Run. Arya searched for Yang Yi throughout the primordial pagoda. She searched for a while before realizing that Yang Yi wasn't inside the pagoda, so she quickly left it. Yang Yi's face stiffened when he saw her outside the pagoda, and he smiled embarrassedly. Arya, what is it? She walked over to him. Big Brother Yang, I'm hungry. What do you think we should do? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Her hunger was unlike other demon beasts. Meat like beef and lamb were available in the world of mortals, and so long as he had enough silver, he could buy as much as she wanted. But Arya refused to eat that. She wanted to eat very high-level demons like the Primal True Dragon and Primal Vicious Tiger. Even when she ate humans, she had to pick those extraordinarily powerful experts. She ate energy. She wanted to absorb energy. Arya grabbed Yang Yi's arm and said, Big Brother Yang, you promised my grandfather to take good care of me. Now, I'm really hungry every day, so you must find me food. Yang Yi's face darkened. You're not eating food. You're eating people. Yang Yi couldn't take her constant complaining and was forced to agree to get her food as soon as possible. Once Yang Yi struck his chest and guaranteed it, Arya finally left Yang Yi alone. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her return to the primordial pagoda. He was really quite afraid of that little girl. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Ying, and he saw 5 black-clothed figures around Huang Ying. They surrounded him at the center and protected him well. Meanwhile, strands of energy were ceaselessly rippling out of him. He seemed to be doing something. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and scanned the surroundings. There were numerous extremely hidden auras in the surroundings. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed through the sky. High above in the sky, a middle-aged man's expression changed drastically the instant Yang Yi's figure vanished. It was because the sword energy was shooting in his direction. Had been discovered. The middle-aged man turned around to flee, but a sword had arrived. He couldn't escape. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and slammed them forward, causing the space there to explode apart. However, as soon as the sword arrived, the middle-aged man was sliced into 2. After he instantly killed the middle-aged man, Arya appeared before Yang Yi. She didn't eat the man. She just opened her mouth and sucked in the man's soul and energy. She stopped eating flesh now because it was tasteless. The flesh of demon beasts was tasty, but she only absorbed the energy and souls of humans. It was slightly similar to Yang Yi's soul-devouring technique. Just like that, a short while passed before she patted her stomach and returned to the primordial pagoda with satisfaction. While the soul and energy of a 4-world realm expert wasn't sufficient to fill her stomach, it could stop her from feeling that hungry. Yang Yi glanced at the corpse and was about to leave when he looked to the right. A woman was walking over slowly from there. She was none other than Along, whom had last seen in Divine Martial World. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Do you need something? She walked over to him and said, Brother Yang, it's been some time. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you from the D clan? She shook her head. No, and neither was Senior Heaven whom you killed earlier. I didn't send him to attack you either. It was my clan that sent him. My clan is from Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Kingdom? Yang Yi frowned slightly. You're from Eternal Kingdom? Elung nodded. I presume Huang Ying told you a little. My clan wishes to join forces with the D clan to do something, and for the sake of strengthening our relationship, they decided to sacrifice me. She grinned at this point. I don't like being manipulated by others. Meanwhile, Huang walked over and smiled. Brother Yang, allow me to introduce her. This is Miss Ailin. She's from the Eternal Kingdom's Yuan clan. Yang Yi glanced at him. She is the help you were talking about? Huang Ying smiled, yes. Yang Yi nodded. Shall we go now? Huang Ying shot a glance down below, and the 5 black-clothed figures suddenly vanished on the spot. A short while later, a black-clothed figure appeared before Huang Ying but vanished soon after. Huang Ying shot a glance into the distance and smiled. Brother Yang, since we're here in Hell World, we have to take some things before we leave. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Huang Ying chuckled and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi and Ailung. Hell Sect. The Hell Sect could be described as the largest and strongest power in Hell World. No other could compare to it. Even the Guardian of Hell World was from the Hell Sect. Hell Sect was situated in a gorge, and within the gorge was a blood-red pavilion. There were mountains all around the gorge, and experts were standing guard on all the mountains. It wasn't just experts, there were formations too. Beyond a mountain range behind Hell Sect was an endless cemetery. Tomb after tomb stood there in the cemetery, and they formed quite a horrifying and dense mass of tombs. Countless strands of death energy converged in the boundless cemetery, and the death energy and Yin energy here covered the sky to the point even sun could not pass through them. This cemetery could truly be described as a place forbidden to living people. Not to mention outsiders, even some disciples of the Hell Sect didn't dare to rashly step foot in the cemetery. Suddenly, 3 figures soundlessly appeared in the cemetery. It was Yang Yi's group of 3. There was a strand of mysterious energy around them which kept them hidden. So, their auras didn't leak out at all. The sword domain. The mysterious energy was Yang Yi's sword domain. Huang Ying glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Yang Yi, your sword domain is extraordinary. Ailung smiled too. Indeed, your skill in concealment is very rarely seen. The sword domain formed a world of its own, so unless someone's strength far surpassed Yang Yi by too much, it would be impossible for them to sense his aura. Yang Yi nodded, glanced at the surroundings, and said, Brother Ying, why have you brought us here? Huang Ying smiled. There's a treasure here that belongs to the Hell Sect. Since we're leaving, we naturally should take something with us. Of course, let me be clear. The divine treasures of the world fall to those who are fated to have them. So, we'll allow that treasure to determine who it wishes to go with and avoid harming our own relationships. What do both of you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, all right. Ailung glanced at Yang Yi and said, all right. Huang Ying grinned and walked forward. He spoke as he walked. You may not know much about this place. This is the core area of the Hell Sect. All those years ago, the ancestor of the Hell Sect was an extraordinary expert, and he cultivated the Death Tao. The Death Tao is the Tao of the dead. He pointed forward with his right hand. This cemetery was intentionally constructed by the Hell Sect. Every moment of the day, they gather many dead bodies and bring them here. Of course, they killed for dead bodies in the beginning, but their actions infuriated many powers. After numerous wars, the Hell Sect restrained themselves slightly. Yang Yi asked, why do they gather so many dead bodies here? Huang Ying smiled. They gather death energy and Yin energy. The cultivation technique of the Hell Sect is a little special. They don't just cultivate profound energy, they cultivate in death energy and Yin energy too. Simply speaking, the disciples of the Hell Sect are quite evil indeed. He seemed to have thought of something at this point and added, the ancestor of the Hell Sect cultivated an extremely supreme form of profound energy all those years ago, the Deathine energy. Eternal energy is the only energy among the 10 great energies that can suppress it. As for the rest, even the primordial violet energy cannot suppress it. Deathine energy. Yang Yi nodded and didn't ask any further questions. However, Head committed that name to his memory. Just like that, they continued forward. But it didn't take long for numerous obscure auras to appear in the surroundings. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and remained silent. It didn't take long for an old man to appear in front of them. Yang Yi had met this old man in the past. It was the old man from the Hell Sect Hood, come to give them a warning before this. The old man glanced at them, and he gazed at Huang Ying in the end. Ninth Prince. What is the meaning of this? What? Huang Ying grinned. I don't know what you mean. The old man spoke solemnly. You can leave yourself. We will absolutely not try to stop you. It's an order from our sect master. Huang Ying shook his head. I don't want to leave for now. I'd like to take a stroll around. What? I can't? The old man's face was quite gloomy. Ninth Prince, this is a forbidden area of my hell sect, and outsiders are prohibited from entering. Please be understanding, Ninth Prince. A forbidden area? Huang Ying was stunned and said, Why don't I know about that? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically the instant Yang Yi vanished. He took a step back, overlapped his palms, and pressed them forward. The space before him instantly warped, and a wave of powerful energy rippled out from it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword left its sheath. 5 swings with the sword domain. Hiss. As soon as they descended, the space in front of Yang Yi was sliced open like a piece of paper. An instant later, Yang Yi was behind the old man, and the latter's body had been split into 2. A single attack. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and gazed at Huang Ying. All it takes is 1 swing of the sword. So why waste your breath? Huang Ying was stunned speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.